What's up, everybody? Froggy Stonks here. Nothing I say is financial advice, entertainment purposes only. We are now set up on the live stream for YouTube for the AMC Q3 Twitter Spaces call and earnings call and Twitter Space call. The Space call hasn't started yet, so I'm just chilling, getting this all set up, and I've got the event platform queued up. The space call starts in 1 hour and 50 minutes. So we'll just sit here and chill until the terrible 808 gets her space call up and running. And if she has any technical difficulties, I will open a space call myself. So let's get all queued up here. Hope everybody's having a great day. You best leave BAM alone. BAM Investor? I like BAM Investor. What does that mean, Rand? Okay. Here's the space call. Reminder set. Okay, we got that up. So, a little bit of news before we start. I was looking at AMC over the past couple years. What's up, guys? I want to point something out. Look at this. Earnings, price spike. 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 Earnings, this was Q1. It wasn't a very good earnings. We kind of gained. We had a movement up afterwards. Dump. Earnings, price spike. So what's going to happen next? Earnings, price spike. And I think we're going to come back up to $13, $14 combined. So I think we're getting ready for an AMC and APE run coming up after earnings. It won't be directly today. It could be directly today, but I think the next 7 days we will see APE run and AMC run at least 20%, which is going to be my opportunity. And everybody can get mad at me. I don't care. As soon as this thing goes back in the green for me, unless we see a squeeze potential coming off of this, I'm going to take profit and get back in at a lower cost average. I'm done playing the buy and hodl game if everybody's not going to come out and DRS their shares. Buy and hodl doesn't work in a market where you can sell endless naked shorts. Does not work. So we're just sitting here holding bags, losing money in the mainstream in the while Wall Street's in there flipping their positions. Increasing the potential for them for their gains. So I'm going to start flipping it until I see Adam Aron. We're going to do the earnings call and we're going to see what Adam Aron says today. He better have some news about APE and the 43 million FTDs, and he better start talking about the fraud and manipulation, because as we've seen on Twitter, Finger Motion retains law firm to investigate market fraud, Finger Motion, naked shorts, FTDs, all that. GTII is doing the same. Cassava Sciences is doing the same. Companies are coming out, hiring law firms to represent them and investigate naked short selling. We know it's happening on AMC. That's a fact. That is a fact. So everybody who's in the chat, thanks for coming. We'll take some comments while we're just chilling, man. I'm drinking some coffee. Welcome back. Mike G, what's up? Yeah, Rands, I never said anything bad about BAM Investor. I like him. Dude comes out and talks some serious heat, man. I missed the Mullen run because I put more in APE instead. I'm sorry to hear that, man. See, that's the problem. There's so many good plays. If you guys got into NCMI like I told you to, you had a point today where we were up 40% on NCMI. Congratulations. I tweeted out my sale point on NCMI, and I'm going to get back in down here somewhere because it's not looking good at the polls. There's a lot of bad things happening at the midterm polls right now. Lots of machines not working, lots of votes not being counted, people told to put their ballots in certain boxes to be counted at other locations. There's lawyers all over polling stations on site telling people not to do that. There's going to be a problem with midterms, and it's going to affect the market. And not even that. Binance just bought out FTX. FTX is going down, so there's a massive crypto margin call that just happened today I'm expecting some turbulence in the market for the next 2 weeks, and I'm hoping I can get in to NCMI really, really heavy, back under 50 cents by the end of November, beginning of December, for a long 2-year dividend play where I'll be making at least $8,000 a year just for getting dividends on NCMI. You can say that again. I'm with you, Froggy, whatever you choose. What's up, Richard? You better say something that makes sense. No more cryptic messages. No shit. Everybody, I don't care who you are. All these influencers and grifters out there, man, making money on GoFundMe's, making money on YouTube, all this crap. I give all my YouTube money away. I don't care. But this shit with, if you say anything, if you question Adam Aron, and I'm just going to come out with it. I tweeted that you guys all saw it, I got rid of my A-list. Let me pull it up on another one in case Tara starts her call. If she doesn't start the call, I will start one in a minute. I tweeted, and I'll show it to you guys. Come on. That I was canceling my A-list membership. And I'll tell you why. This is my choice. It's my money. I get to do what I want with it. People don't get to come in and tell me what I do with my money. Oh, I tweet way too much. Jesus. Where is it? A-list. Come on. Blah, blah, blah. My tweets are all awesome, though. It's coming up. Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, fuck. I'll just search it. Excuse my language. A-list. There it is. Just canceled my A-list membership with AMC Theaters. I won't spend another dime until Adam Aron confronts the naked short and distorted Ponzi scheme destroying the stock. Now, I got unfollowed by Cat Striker for that and had a bunch of hate comments that she liked on it. I don't care if you like Cat or not. I've got nothing personal against her. But when you are raising money on GoFundMe's and you come out into the community like that and unfollow and like malicious comments on people because they say they canceled their A-list membership and requesting Adam Aron to talk about FTDs and crime and corruption, which he's not, there's something wrong there. These grifters need the community to stay dumb and silent and stupid so they can continue to raise money with GoFundMe's, so they can continue to raise money on YouTube with super chats and all this garbage by selling everybody hopium. It's absolute crap. Absolute crap. And I don't care that she unfollowed me, whatever. I got bygones, whatever. She's got her own thing going on. But when you see something like this tweeted by me saying I'm canceling my A-list that I've had for over 2 years, and I've spent over $3,000 at AMC Theater going to the movies, and I've given out over $750 in gift cards, and my stock price is under $7 a share, and the CEO is running around the world talking to celebrities and hanging out with the royals. No, man. I'm not going to let anybody shut me down no more. And anybody who's not asking questions about why their money's in the gutter is a fool. Your money is in the gutter right now. And it's because Adam Aron is not confronting the illegal naked short selling and the illegal synthetic sale of AMC shares and ape shares out in the open market by Wall Street. Bottom line. Let's see. Is the space call up yet? Oh, no. Oh, okay. I'm going to start one. Oh, come on. How do you start a space call now? Guess it's changed. Audio, GIF. Where's the space call button? Do we not have space calls anymore? There's no space call button. Wow, this is lame. Okay. Why is the space call button gone on Twitter? Uh-oh. Oh no. Where is the space call? I don't know. I see space calls up there. Why do I not? Maybe it's because I protected my tweets. Let me fix this. Sorry guys. I think because I protected my tweets, I can't host a space call. So let me undo that. Guess I'll just take the abuse and punishment of your tweets. Spaces. Allow followers to see which spaces. All right, there we go. Let's see here. There it is. Ah! You can't host a space call while your tweets are protected. How much time we got till earnings? 1 hour and 39 minutes. Okay. So Tara is figuring out, she's getting ready to start the call, I believe. I just DM'd her. Everybody's asking me to record the call. The call is on YouTube and Twitter. Back to comments. Anyone gonna call in and ask questions? Nah. I don't know if Kat was being critical of AA or not, because she unfollowed me and Potato in my ass today for challenging AA. Straight up unfollowed us. And then was liking really derogatory comments labeled at me because I decided to cancel my A list because of inaction due to Adam Aron. What's up, Spence? Brian Hunt, what's going on? Joe Villa, I'm with you, man. I've been swing trading AMC for the last 2 years. Congrats, man, because you probably made money. Everybody else just ate shit. I knew I wanted to, but I didn't because I said I wouldn't. I'm done with that. Elon said no. $8. Yeah, I paid my $8, man. No, I fixed it. It was because I protected my tweets because I got sick of seeing stupid people. I'm keeping more core position, 80% ownership, so shorting hedge funds. Swing the fun account. Yeah, that's a good plan. I'm reading a tweet. Oh, you guys see it. I forgot you're on there. You know, do what you got to do, man. All this, you're a shill or you're this or you're that. You manage your money the way you want and be happy about it. And if you want to buy and hodl AMC, go for it, man. More power to you. I'm just saying that I personally think buy and hodl is a waste of time unless you're DRS'd. Because if you DRS, you cannot, they can't loan your shares. They can't short your shares. It's absolutely crazy. Why this entire community is not DRS'd yet? We had too many people. Kat was one of them. They were in this big group with Dave Lauer until Dave Lauer finally come out and said DRS is the way. None of them wanted DRS. I was a shill for promoting DRS. DRS, we could have had a reconciled share count and we could have squeezed the stock out already. Too many people are too worried about chasing clout and worshiping influencers and CEO Adam instead of making money. Lots of BBIG talk today. So let's explain. Let me go over what I did today, man. NCMI went on a big old rippy rip. I sold out. I'm going to buy back in lower, but I'm going to buy my main big position at the end of the month for 3-cent dividend per share quarterly for the next 2 to 3 years with dividend reinvestment. I'm going to make about 8 to 9 grand in the first month, 12 to 13 in the second, not the month, 8, 9 grand in the first year, 12 to 13 the second year, 13, 14. But within the next 2 years, NCMI should recover its stock price back above $1 easily. So I'm going to make some big gains on that play, and I'm going to sit back and relax and enjoy it. I jumped into DWAC because of Vegas stocks. You guys really need to follow her, man. Holy calls. This lady calls out insane good calls. Like, just nonstop. And I made a lot of money on DWAC thanks to her. I appreciate her very much. Where's her DWAC call? Baba DWAC. DWAC. Where did she call it out? She called it before it had the big run. I seen it. Here we go, right here. Vegas plays today. DWAC 20 call swing. She calls out some fire plays on the options chain with DWAC. And I jumped in when it filled the gap from the big run in the morning. I got in down here, ran all the way up to here. I sold this morning right here around 29.70, and I flipped some of that money into STIM, which I bought down here at the bottom. It's starting to run a little bit sideways, but it is looking good for a little quick pump, 10-15% pump. Be careful of this one, though. This is a biotech stock. I don't like biotech stock at all. I'm just testing it out. I'm not telling you to get in this play at all. Just remember, like I said, APE and AMC, look at the earnings call out for AMC. After every earnings call since Meme Stock Mania, we've had a run on price. Every earnings call, earnings run, earnings run, earnings run, earnings run, earnings run, earnings run, and it collapses afterwards. This was March 31st right here. This was August 22nd right here. Earnings, APE, run, boom. Now we're collapsed again. We're going to have an earnings. Earnings is already, I'm telling you right now, AMC earnings is going to be better than expected. Cinemark, NCMI, and the other theaters already produce better earnings than expected. AMC will too. The problem they'll have is AMC's cash burn, which Adam Aron has been reducing. Credit to that. He is making the company fundamentally stronger off our backs, but it's time to take care of the shareholders. I think after earnings, you are going to see a run once again in line with all these other runs, and we're going to run, I'll say this, I think we're going to run around $13 to $14, possibly combined, meaning APE could hit, what are we at, $1.90 now, $3, AMC could hit $9, $10 maybe. We're going to $13, $14 combined. That's going to be a good time. I'm going to take profits, and then I will wait and buy back in at bottom. Unless Adam Aron comes out with a phenomenal statement saying he's going after the naked shorts, or they've identified fraudulent activity, something along the lines of that. So we will see. Let me shut YouTube off before I get my channel shut down. I love it when people come to my page and I tweet what I'm going to do so people can make money, and people are like, you do you, you do you. I am doing me. That's why I tweeted what I'm doing, because I am doing me, and I'm going to make money, and I'm not going to sit here with the buy and hodl community anymore and fling poo across the room when Adam Aron is sitting there just making money off of our backs, man. Not doing it. If you're holding, you're a long-time ape, and you're holding and you're staying strong, good for you, man. Like, absolutely 100% good for you. But this is, we're being taken advantage of is what's going on. Bottom line, I don't care what anybody says. But when people tweet stuff like that, you do you, man, you do you. Just shut up. I am doing me. That's why I'm tweeting. I tweet what I feel, and it's the truth. I don't tweet crap to get likes and subscribers. I tweet what I think is going to happen. And I've been pretty damn successful at making some calls on what's about to happen with AMC and APE. Our last run on APE, I called the bottom, I called the top, while other YouTubers like Rico were calling like, oh, it's going to $100 or whatever he said, or $30, whatever. I said, no, it's going to make an attempt at 3, and it's going to get crushed just like it always does. And people made money off of it. DRS sucks, you can't sell. Angel Chicago, you are full of shit. I sold shares on Computer Share of AMC. They sold the day of. I got the price that AMC was at when I clicked the sell button, and a day later, my money was in my bank account. You are a liar. I'm telling you guys too, and this is it. This is what I'm telling you guys. The stock has had no volume. We've just got crushed on price. When people start buying and selling AMC, since everybody's not going to DRS, buying and selling is going to create volume, and it's going to make the stock price run. That's why every earnings it runs, because people are trading the earnings call. It's common sense. So what I'm going to do is let my position value in the next week or two, and when it runs to 13, 14 bucks, I'm going to take profit and I'm going to buy back in at bottom. But I'm not going to sit here and cheerlead for Adam Aron anymore, man. I have no hate for the man. I have respect for him. Just like this. People, Paper Wings 82. I put ape shares are worth less than a pack of double mint gum, which is true. Blocked. Why would you tweet blocked? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's all these fake ape accounts that come out and say this ridiculous shit that keep apes dumb, in the dark, and quiet, and that's what the hedge funds want. Adam Aron can take advantage of you. The hedge funds can take advantage of you because we're not protesting. We're not engaging AMC theaters properly as shareholders. We're sitting back and we're taking it in the rear. And Adam Aron made $30 million and we're sitting here with losses. Bottom line, ape is worth less than a pack of double mint gum. AMC stock price is lower than Cineworld, who is going through bankruptcy. Cineworld ran 125% with no halts. I can go to AMC and buy a box of Sour Patch Kids and it has more value than an ape share right now. That is the absolute truth. And people get mad when you say it. I'm sorry. That's it. I want AMC. I love AMC. I love the company. I love the stock. I do not worship the CEO. I was the first one to call out Stephen A. Colanero, who used to be the VP of marketing in AMC a few years ago in November. And the whole community came at me with hate because I was calling out somebody on the board of directors. Turns out Stephen A. Colanero was the one who helped take Blockbuster in Circuit City or Radio Shack underwater and then bounced and came to AMC. You know what happened after I called him out? He quit. He quit. So all these clowns, man. It's time for apes to evolve. It's time to get real. And people got to start understanding what's really happening with the play. And buy and hodl is not working anymore. I'm telling you that right now. Has it exposed a lot of fraud? Yes, but they've learned to play it. They've learned to play the buy and hodl crowd, and all they're doing is flipping options, and they're creating FTDs, and they're buy limit order spoofing FTDs off the list. Those 43 million FTDs that were generated at $8 were covered at $1.40. That's all they did. That's why we had nothing but downward activity and downward price action on ape since $10, and then we had the run from $1.45 to what was it, 285, which I called out perfectly. I said they're going to cover 43 million FTDs, and I'll show you exactly where. I called it perfectly, and I'm very proud of that. 43 million FTDs right here. Look at the volume right there. There's 18 million, 12 million, 13 million, 19 million, 11 million, and it ran up to 282, and then they crushed it again. This is where they covered all those FTDs. They generated them at $8. They generated 43 million FTDs at $8, probably a market maker selling synthetic shares of ape to its own trading desk to naked short. Right here, short interest increased around 36%. They shorted the shit out of it. Then they covered the FTDs they generated to short. So it's not like you're covering shares short on the stock and making it run. They covered the FTDs and it ran to 250. And people, if they were smart, they got out when I tell them to get out. I said, it's not going above $3. Get out, take profit, and buy back in at $1.40, which we did. And I just bought a little more today on the hopes, this is like a lotto ticket, that maybe Adam Aron says something good. But again, like I said, look at the trend in AMC with their earnings calls. Every earnings call, there is a pretty significant price spike. We'll say 9 out of 10 earning calls have generated at least a 20 to 30% move. I'm expecting something to happen where we're going to see a 20-30% move. I am selling every share I own, and then I will get back in at bottom, and I will keep doing that until this thing finally squeezes. I'm just done with it. So, oh, come on, Tara. 2 p.m. November 8th, 2 p.m. What does it say? Reminder set though. Buster, come here. He's from that. Buster. Buster. Gotta go inside. Sorry about that. Dog walked out of the garage. Not supposed to be outside. Albuquerque leash law. Luckily, my neighbor ladies are extremely nice. So, he's a big puppy. He wants to meet everybody. I completely forgot I was streaming for a minute. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, okay. Somebody just told me that DWAC popped again. Oh, wow. Oh, that's the daily. Yeah, DWAC came back. A nice little pop. Oh, yeah, we ran DWAC yesterday off of Vegas's call. She called it down here. It ran. I got in down here. Made 20-30% on it off of it, and that's what I put into Ape. So very nice call by Vegas again. You guys got to follow her, man. All right. Why is there no space call? What's going on? Do I have the right time? It's 1:21 here. That means it's what time? It's 3:22 on the East Coast. Why is there no space call? Terra. November 8th, 2 p.m. Oh, okay. I guess she's doing it right at 4. So we have time left. 1 hour and 22 minutes. Ugh, I started streaming too early, but we'll just hang out, party a little bit. Why is it not typing? Oh, come on, computer. Yeah, like this. Mike Lowry buying HODL is for $50 and up FOMOs. Yeah, but people that bought in at 50, 60 bucks, they need to average down and then take profit on lots until they correct their position back into the green, which you could be doing. That's my opinion anyways. Oh, yeah. So if you're in the stream, the space call is going to start around 4 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to leave the stream up and chill and just do what I normally do. So if you guys want to come back at 4 p.m., feel free. I'll keep the stream up the whole time. And then I will trim the space call in the stream into another clip so people can come back and watch it. Large volume of puts on AMC. If good earnings, we should see a nice short squeeze. Not a short squeeze, but more of a when the puts go out and the money. Oh, hey, good point. Let's check the AMC options chain. I haven't done that in a while. Thank you for bringing that up. Who is that? Anonymous. I did look upside down. What's the Twitter handle for Vegas, Froggy? Let me pull it up. I'm telling you, she's badass, dude. Her calls are incredible. And usually you can catch her in doing space calls with Wolf. It's at I Love Stocks 1. LUV Stocks 1. Highly recommend follow and set your alerts. All right. Close that. Let's check the news out. Oh, we were doing AMC options. Let's check what max pain is and all that stuff. That would be a good idea. I'm gonna have to go get my phone charger too. No. Where's Swaggy? We want to use Swaggy stocks. Swaggy stocks, max pain. AMC. Max pain for AMC today is, or for Friday is $6. Where are we sitting right now? AMC is sitting 537. Let's check the options chain and see what Hoyle's is. But again, every earnings call, we always have a run afterwards, so all the monies. November 11th. So, yep, 550. Hoyle's is 550. 7,264. Meaning there is a good chance that they are going to try to keep AMC under 550 for Friday. But again, like I said, look at the chart on AMC. Now, we haven't had a real good thing since Ape came out. We haven't really had earnings too much. So the consistency of this chart may be wrong. It may be off. But every earnings call, there's a pop. Even this is a recovery, but this is a pop. That's a pop. That's a pop. That's a definite pop. And then obviously June, $72. So we could see. Let's just do a little fun charting here. Okay, so we're literally right back where we were after they took the buy button away. This area here. You are here, right? That's where we're sitting right now. 530 now, but back in the day it was like 10, 11 bucks, right? So if anything, there might be a pop off of this bottom, which would be really great after earnings, just like we've seen multiple other times. But each time it gets a little lower and a little lower and a little lower. That's why I'm saying let's drop some more lines here just to highlight the pop top. It's pretty consistent. Look at these channels after earnings and the drop afterwards. Pretty consistent volumes. Look at that. It's almost laid out perfectly. I mean, it's literally the gap distances are almost exactly the same. So let's just say this. Let's say we get this type of movement here. We went from 16 to 21 at one point in time. So that's percentage change calculator. I used to be able to do math in my head, you guys. Don't make fun of me. Let's see, 21, 10, 16, 71. 1.0, 16.71. Yeah, that's like a 20% run each time after earnings. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. After the earnings call, I'm going to be waiting for Ape AMC to take a 15, 20, maybe 25% run. I'm going to take profits. And then if it crashes again, which I foresee it happening, I will buy back in. But I still stand by my word. If you're going to stay long in the play and not swing, I stand by my word that Q4 is going to be huge. Q4 is going to be one of the biggest box offices in history. 2023 is going to be amazing. We're going to see silver and gold spike. Highcroft Mine's going to pump. It already started to. I told you guys NCMI is going to rep and roar because they're making a ton of money off all the ad revenue stuff. NCMI has also filed a lawsuit against Regal for their bankruptcy. They're saying NCMI is owned by multiple theater institutions. It's like we'll all come together and buy this and own this NCMI thing, right? Well, there's rules in owning it, and Regal using bankruptcy as a weapon because of a failed merger, which you guys all know about. NCMI decided to sue them, saying that they're using the bankruptcy laws as a weapon. Spence, you think AA would be allowed to confer with other CEOs? Of course he can. Adam Aron can do whatever he wants. We got other CEOs going out there talking about naked shorts, synthetic shares. Musk does it all the time. He literally tweeted, how can you sell a stock you don't own? You can sell a stock you don't own, but you can't sell a car you don't own. These CEOs are out there talking about it all the time, man. Max Payne is $6, Miss Harris. So Max Payne on Swaggy is $6 and Hoyles is $5.50. I'm going to go very, very heavy and long on NCMI, you guys. Not only do I think that company is going to value back up to $3 within the next 3 years. I know it doesn't sound like much, but when you're buying at 50 cents and you're buying a huge lot, $3, that's 200% easy. But you're getting a 3-cent per share dividend quarterly. So if I drop 35,000, 40 grand on it at the end of the month and it's under 60 cents, I'm going to make $8,000 in the first year of owning it in dividends. The first year, the first 12 months. And then you're guaranteed your 12-month tax bracket. So if it does decide to go back to $5 to $8, you're making 700% by the end of 2024. 700%, and the whole time you're getting dividends reinvested, and I'll shut my reinvestment off after NCMI surpasses $2, and I'll sit there and just make $10,000 a year off of NCMI. I could do it for the rest of my life. It's a 3-cent dividend per share quarterly. They used to be 5, which they might bring it back up to. AA doesn't want this to squeeze. They already sold, gave bonuses with our money, go get APE and debt down. Yep, I 100% agree. 100% agree. I think AA does not want this to squeeze. I don't think selling shares back in June made the stock run to 72. I think buying and hodling made it run to 72 because they weren't playing against us properly yet, and Adam Aron sold shares, which allowed them to cover, which stopped the squeeze. Did it raise a lot of money for AMC? Yeah, but I do not think Adam Aron wants to squeeze. Let's set up a Zoom meeting at AMC because that'll make a ton of money. Yeah, Zoom was made in 2019 to keep people from not making contact with each other because of COVID. COVID is still out there. My mom and stepdad have it right now. But a company like Microsoft is not going to go to and pay their employees to go to AMC Theater to have a Zoom meeting with other employees halfway across the world. They're going to say, let's use our own facility and do it for free. Zoom had nothing to do with the price of AMC. The Zoom news, the partnership with Zoom is nothing but a little dog treat Adam Aron is throwing everybody to keep their tails wagging before the earnings call. That's all it is. My main thing with earnings, you guys, this is my main thing. I want to know if Adam Aron is going to confront the 43 million FTDs. I want to know if he's going to talk about naked shorts. And I'm waiting to see the 10Q. The 10Q is going to show us if Adam Aron has sold any shares. My opinion is Adam Aron has not diluted the stock like everybody claimed he was going to yet, because there was no at the market sale of APE. There couldn't be, because AMC specifically told ComputerShare you are not allowed to sell APE to the open market. That was smart. They did it because if ComputerShare was selling APE, all the institutions could have went to ComputerShare and bought APE at $1.40 as much as they wanted. You have to go through City Global and you have to make an offer that Adam Aron is either going to approve or disapprove. So my hope is, and if he does, I will give him proper creds and kudos. If he sold APE, any APE, and it was over $5 a share, good, we're in the money. If he sold APE under $5 a share, we're not in the money. Over $5 a share, we're in the money. Say this, if he sold 200 million APE at $5 to $10 a share, he just raised more cash than dilution would offset. It would be a reverse dilution because the amount of cash he raised per share is worth more than what they're currently sitting at, meaning it would reverse dilute the stock price. And in that, it would help them cover some of the FTDs and whatnot. I don't know what everybody's talking about on Twitter, man. I just want Tara to start the space call. Oops. Don't open DMs. Okay, we did options, Max Payne. You know what I want to hear, man? I want to hear Froggy Styles get up on here and start talking. I hope he comes to the space call. I haven't heard his voice in a while. I want to hear what he has to say on this. I still wish he would have never stopped his space calls, man. I dig those. I had a good time on those. All right, APE. Let's see, what are we doing here? Starting to kick back up a little bit. How much time we got before earnings? 1 hour and 8 minutes. Well, I started this stream early, man. Oh, boy. DJ Josh Childs. Tara's not annoying. You are. I thought I banned you from the channel. Did you make a new account? Tara's actually a really smart, strong individual. DJ Josh Childs is the fucking internet troll who, excuse my language, Miss Harris, who does nothing but talk crap all day. It's just dumb. Bunch of children. AA is not the problem. Janet Yellen and Jerome Powell are. No, AA is part of the problem, man. I hate to break it to you, but he's part of the problem. He's the chairman and CEO. His job is to protect his investors and the stock, not just the company. He's not doing that for us right now. The stock is at all-time lows. I agree, the stock is at all-time lows in part because the market is also on a downtrend, but there's no way AMC should be where it's sitting right now. No way. Not in a million years. It's mismanagement of stock is what happened. And don't forget, I have no respect for T. Spencer. Not at all. You do not trash CEO Adam. What should I say? You do not trash CEO Adam. I've never trashed CEO Adam. I just said he's wrong. And I said he's not taking care of his shareholders. Do you feel like you're being taken care of at this stock price this low? When we've all put hundreds of millions of dollars into the theater, we've put endless hours into promoting it, making it one of the biggest retail brand names in the world, and all we've gotten is a 90 to 80% drop in stock price. We saved AMC, made it the #1 trending brand name in the world. It was clicked more on Google than any other company in the world at one point in time, and all Adam Aron has done with it is squandered it. He squandered it. Tara spent endless hours building up a community to only be treated like shit by multiple individuals who now come out and try to trash me. Tara's the one who started all these space calls, man. Any news SEC will end PFOF? I have not heard anything, Billy. It's really sad. that they came out with all that hopium article crap on Gary Gensler taking action. Maybe he is, but it's going to happen during this midterm vote period. That's when we're going to see some action. We have the right and obligation to interrogate the CEO of a publicly traded company that we invest in. Lucas, couldn't have said it any better myself. Whoa, UPS girl's really hot. Hold on. I wonder if I have a package. She's super hot. Be right back. It's not for me. Oh, man. I was hoping it was my Thor hammer. The one I ordered, the one I couldn't get at AMC theaters because they sold them out to people who didn't watch the movies. And then I ordered it months ago, and I still don't have my Thor hammer. That's another problem. Customer is the most important thing at AMC theaters. And I'll tell you right now, there's multiple situations where AMC has had problems with customers complaining in the past. There's theaters that are open that should not be open. One in Saginaw, Michigan, absolutely needs to be closed down. It is a dump. It's not making money. We'll see what AA has to say today. Let me go get my phone charger. I'm going to plug my phone in and get ready for the space call to pop up. Put the chart up for you guys. Got me a Dr. Pepper. Right. We're almost getting set back up. Sorry, my background's kind of wonky. I'm setting, for everybody who doesn't know, I'm setting my office up in my garage. I just moved into the new place. Super happy, super happy. Got a good deal. Even in this market, I captured a good deal on a home. I get to refinance for free next year, which is awesome. And I'm going to set my garage up completely. I'm going to have some more stuff on the walls. I'm going to clean it all up. I'm going to make this where I do all my trades. And I want to start, I'm going to order a street bike frame and other parts, motors, controllers, batteries, etc. I'm going to build my own electric street bike in my garage over the next couple of years. And maybe be done sooner. I've got all the technical expertise to do it. Used to build helicopters for a living and stuff. Electrician, mechanic, all that good stuff. So I want to build an electric street bike that you can buzz around town on and hit up at any charging station, but you can charge it at home too. Nice, tight. Put it in next to the wall. Like maybe find a little jigster frame or something like that and slap an electric drive motor on it and some controllers. And my dream is to make a street bike that looks like the one on Akira, because I'm an anime nerd. All right, enough coffee. I'm going to be tripping out by the time the space call starts. Miss Harris, thank you so much for moderating, and all my other moderators too. Thank you guys. Did Black Adam lose money? Hell no. Black Adam made A ton of money. Black, dude, they were talking so much smack about Black Adam. Congratulations to Dwayne Johnson for this. This is his highest grossing leading role movie. Everybody said they loved Black Adam. Black Adam passes 300 million at global box office. See, this is it, guys. I love the movies. I love AMC theater. But as an investor, it's not healthy for the CEO to be ignoring his shareholders like this to the point to where our stock price is worth less than a box of Sour Patch Kids. So, but Black Adam crushed. Q4 is going to be the biggest quarter for AMC that they've seen in the past 2 years. It is absolutely going to be that. But it doesn't matter if the stock is being manipulated. That is why I am going to play this rip that hopefully we get after earnings, within a week after earnings. I'm going to sell, let them crush it, buy back in, and ride out through Q4 and Q1 to see if Hycroft Mine values up like I believe it will, especially after inflation starts coming down in February. Interest rates will drop, gold and silver are going to go through the roof. And then I do believe, and I don't care if you're left or right, this is just my opinion on the outcome, right? I don't care left or right. I vote for the most qualified candidate, but I do believe conservatives are going to make a clean sweep of the House and the Senate, meaning they're going to want to produce fuel in the U.S. again. Oil, petroleum in the U.S., energy independence again, meaning oil stocks are going to come down. So I'm going to watch ExxonMobil very, very close. And if I see the price of gas start to fall, I am going to be taking out shorts on ExxonMobil. Because last time Trump was in office, look what happened. Oh, man. I got to stop using Webull charts. They're so wonky. Here's the pandemic, right here. Let's see. April 2020 crashed with everything else. But when Trump took office, ExxonMobil started dropping because the U.S. was producing a lot of oil, a lot of fuel in the U.S., energy independence, meaning they were paying less at the pump. Yes, there is more in volume, but ExxonMobil went into the dirt. Look at that. Let's see. Where did Trump take office? 2016? 2016. ExxonMobil went sideways and then just tanked. And yeah, you could say it was because of the pandemic. But look at this inflated price now due to the Biden administration policies. Isn't it funny that the clean energy people, you know, the go green people are the ones who are making the fuel industry stock prices run higher than any other administration in history? It's just ironic, man. So this is, to me, Zom is way overinflated, ExxonMobil, and I'm getting ready to take out a small short position in puts on it. I'm not going to short it. I'm going to buy puts, and I'm probably going to buy them out to 20. I'm probably going to buy them out to probably August or September. No, September, October of 2023. I'm going to buy some puts. And I'm going to buy them as close to in the money as possible that I can value. I want cheaper contracts. So let's say it wants to go to 120, right? Goes to 120. I'm going to buy puts at $115 on Exxon. I don't recommend everybody else do it. This is my play. It's really aggressive. And I'm counting on the political spectrum and paradigm to shift back to energy independence in the U.S. So. And it's you guys, it's not left or right. I'm telling you, I grew up in a Democratic household when Clinton ran. And then obviously when I went to Iraq, everybody was pro-Bush. And I'm telling you right now, Clintons, Bushes, Obamas, all of them, all the same people, man. They don't give a shit about you. And it's not left and right. Why do they force us to segregate ourselves? Segregate ourselves based on color. Blue, red, and that's all you got to do. And if you don't, you're a shill. You see where that comes from? This buy or sell, blue or red, black or white. It's all a mechanism to keep you under control and to keep us fighting with each other. That's all it is. Vote for the most qualified candidate for the area you live in and what's best for your family. I'm going to short Meta. I think Meta is dead. Dude, oh, you had to bring it up for sure. Buddy, I shorted Facebook back at $334. I opened a full short position on it, shorted full shares at $344. And I was in a space call, and Jim Cramer's analyst came in the space call and was talking with us and basically told me I was stupid for shorting Facebook and that I was going to get blown out and this and that. So I was like, all right, I was already in the green a little bit. I decided to close my short position, and then look what happened. I would have made $250,000 on Meta if I would have kept my short position open. $250,000. Never second guess yourself. Never second guess yourself. The only time I lose money on a trade is when I second guess myself. But yeah, Facebook's a dumpster fire. Hey, let's have some fun. Let's see what Hood's doing. Hood is in the dumpster. I mean, so is AMC, but oh, I got a cardboard box rolling away. I got to take care of it. I don't want to pollute. Put that box in my recycling container. Yeah, I was going to short Hood when Matt Kors told people to do it. Good call out on Kors. I don't care if you like him or not. He made a good call. At 60, I didn't have the cash available, so I missed that one. I did a paper trade on it, and it valued. But, man, I had like $10,000 short on Facebook at 334 or 343, something like that. And I punked out, man. Jim Cramer's boys came into a space call and punked me out. And if I would have held my short, I would be rich right now. I would be rich. Did I do 10? I think I did 20. I can't remember. It was so long ago. And also in that, you guys, I mean, how many big runs have I missed because I've been locked into AMC endlessly? And I made $30,000 on DWAC when it ran to 185. I put it into AMC, lost it. I made like $25,000 on Revlon when it ran. I put some into AMC and went down, right? BBIG made a bunch of money. I always take cash out when I make a lot of money. I always pull a little bit of cash and pay off bills and do what I want to do and buy toys and all that stuff, or just put it away for a rainy day. So I do take profit. But a lot of the money I made this year on the big plays, I put back into AMC and Ape. And we just got crushed, man, and I'm tired of it. I am tired of it. Today, I made a bunch of money on DWAC. My Innovix calls are doing really good. I got Innovix calls out until January, which I called out last week. This has been Innovix. Yeah. So Innovix took a dump on earnings like it always does. I opened calls here out till January, and we've done nothing but go up since. I fully expect Innovix to go back to the $16, $17 range. My calls are going to print well before Theta kills it. I'm going to take that profit, and I'm going to run home with it. I took my DWAC profits today and my NCMI profits, and I put a little cash aside. And I did decide to come in and buy Ape, and this is probably the last time I'm going to do it like that. I bought some Ape because I'm hoping I am right. This is the first time I've kind of noticed this. I'm hoping I am right on AMC and their little pop on earnings. And check that out. Look at us already. We're cruising back up to 559 right before close. 51 minutes until earnings. Tara should be starting her call eventually. I think it's going to run. I think we're going to see a 15 to 20% pop on AMC and Ape combined. Look at that. Look at it tracking up. I wonder if they've already dropped the earnings. They've already dropped the earnings. We'll do a little pre-show. Nope. We'll keep refreshing that page. We got this up. Twitter up. When the space call starts, I'll load it up on screen. And then what'll have to happen when the space call starts and then the earnings call starts, I'll have to close down the space call on Twitter, and I will play the earnings call through the microphone to you guys, and then I'll start the space call back up on Twitter for everybody to hear. $289 viewers. Thanks for coming to the channel, guys. Please like and sub. I'm going to keep going with this. I'm going to keep covering things. I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm not covering anything anymore. I'm going to cover everything and anything I want. And we're going to have open conversations from now on in here. People are going to be able to differentiate between Kool-Aid drinking and shilling and all that. And we're going to get to the there. The earnings call is at 4 p.m. TD shows Q3 earnings announced 2/23. That's weird. It's definitely today because I'm logged in and it's starting in 49 minutes. I don't like TD Ameritrade, you guys. I think TD's part of the problem. Obviously, we've seen them do some pretty shady stuff. $5 p.m. Oh, I thought it was at 4. Well, that's why. That's why we got 50 minutes. That's okay, though. We still got stuff we're going over. AMC's pumping. Pumping pretty good. We just broke past the intraday high. So let's go back to our tweet where I said, hey, I think we're going to run. AMC broke intraday high. Let's check Ape. What's Ape doing? Ape's cruising back up too, guys. This is great. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I do what I do. Because I knew people were freaking out. We challenge. We get loud. Every time we get loud and challenge Adam Aron and we talk about the market and we get loud, the stock runs. But we know Cinemark, NCMI, and the other theaters had good earnings. Even though it was a slow box office, they still had good earnings, which surprised the market. If Adam Aron comes out and says AMC did way better than we expected, we're going to see a run. But if he comes out with a real catalyst and says, I have raised $1 billion off of the sale of 250 million Ape, that is huge. If he sold 43 million Ape, all at a price over $5 to $8 a share, that's huge. If he's not selling Ape under $5 a share, then there's not going to be the type of dilution that everybody's talking about. It's going to be a massive cash raise, and it's going to be extremely bullish for AMC. Or he could come out and say, I haven't sold a single share of Ape, which is still really bullish for AMC. I'm hoping on the back end of that, he says, I haven't sold a share of Ape, and we obviously have an issue with shares being in the market that shouldn't exist. I will say I'm wrong to the moon and back, and I will stay great, and I'll stay in the play longer than I expected, but I doubt it. I doubt it. Sometimes Dr. Pepper actually smells like pepper. I don't know. Oh, come on. You know what? I better post this video on Twitter so everybody knows where it's at, because nobody gets my notifications. I am not allowed to be successful in life on social media. Social media is not made for me. They hate me. All right, Let's reset. Get this going. Bing bong. AMC X ape price movements after each earnings call. Come on, computer, type. AMC is not trending at all on earnings day. So weird. All right, what do we got? What a great rally into market close for Ape and AMC. I wonder if we're going to have one of those crazy pops in the after hours. Markets closed. AMC and Ape closed up 5 to 6%. And are we popping? Are we about to pop off here? What's going on? "44 minutes until the earnings call." Terrible says hello to everyone. She is getting the space call set up. All right, where are we sitting? What's going on here? Let's try to check the timeline on AMC on earnings. Let's see here. So this one spiked during earnings, but we were already on a bit of an uptrend. This is when Melvin got blown out. No, that was August 22nd. That was Ape. So everybody in anticipation of Ape bought up. Earnings happened here. We tanked. And it was, let's see. That was March 1st. And then about a week later, 2 weeks later, AMC just rallied like crazy. The space isn't working. We're trying to set up the space. Tara's saying the space is not working. Let me see here. Come on, let's go. Here we go. Board, got it. Topics. Finance. Investing. Entertainment. Theater. What are all these titles? Oh, save. You see what Tara says. Sorry, guys. We're trying to get it set up, but Twitter is having some changes happen to it. Why is this not updating? UPST halted after hours before earnings. Messed up. All right, I'm just going to start a space call. All right, space call's up. Send it to everyone. Start. Okay, now let me pull this up. That sucks. Over the space call. Over the space call. What's up, everyone? What's up, everyone? Hey, somebody tell me if you can hear the space call on YouTube. Hey, somebody tell me if you can hear the space call on YouTube. There we go. Now it's working. Had to get my Bluetooth up. There's PJ. Just waiting for Tara to come up. See Froggy Styles up in the house. Dade, Red Diver, Mike. What's going on, guys? Dave, Lucas, Jack, my man. There we go. Now we are up and running. Let me put this here. PJ, what up?
Hi, guys. Don't forget to tweet out the call since it's a little different than prior. I hope everybody's having a great day, and I hope we really have great earnings. I'm kind of excited.
Well, let's just say this. Cinemark and NCMI already had really good earnings for what they expected. So AMC is also going to have better earnings than they expected. Black Adam crossed $300 million globally. So that was a big boost right at the end of Q3. My main thing is I've noticed a pattern with AMC. About 7 to 14 days after every earnings call, we have a pretty significant rise in price. So I'm waiting to see if AMC in the next week or two has a pump of 15 to 20%, which would put APE around $3 and AMC around like $9 to $10. And that's going to be the point where I take some profit to buy back in at a lower price later, unless Adam Aron confronts the FTDs, naked shorts, and or he comes out this earnings call and says, hey, I've raised like $1 billion off of selling only, say, like 200 million APE. If he raised a bunch of cash on private deals and didn't sell very much APE, then that's going to be really bullish. But those are just hopes. So I'm going to stick more to
my thesis on that after, I would say probably about 14 days, we'll see within 14 days, I think we'll see a 10 or 15 to 20% price run on AMC. And that's going to be the point where I take some profits to correct my position. So.
I hope you're right about that 20%. I think that even for morale purposes, there's got to be a little bump. And what an amazing thing if we find out that he actually was diluting and the shorts weren't going to town. I'd be very happy with that. Breaking, Disney reports Q4 earnings of 30 cents versus 56 cents.
Sorry,
Anyway.
I had to close my garage doors before I start screaming and yelling when I don't get my way during earnings. Terra. If Tara's in the call, I do not see her. I hope she knows that.
Yeah, I've been looking. I don't see her either.
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry. You guys go ahead and talk, man. We're not.
What's going on, big guy?
You know, just talking shit and taking heat like usual.
I hear you. All right. Well, this is you know me. I like to play devil's advocate, so I'm here to play devil's advocate.
Nice.
I get it. I'm frustrated too. I just want to make that clear. I'm super frustrated because in my mind, I've started to spend my MOAS money and I just fucking want it, I've started building a house in my brain and I'm just like, fuck it, let's go. I'm just curious because you guys have a lot more experience than I do. What could be the reason why he just won't talk about it? Now, I'm not an expert. I haven't looked up, Ken Griffin's Citadel's skirt to go, oh, there's the synthetics or there's the shorts. But over the last couple of years, I've learned enough to go, man, 2 + 2 should not equal 5, right? Like with how much how much retail owns, how much the ETFs have, how much the hedgies have, it's beyond 100. So the thing I don't understand as a rookie is, what could keep someone of the caliber of Adam Aron to just go, you know what? I just can't talk about it. Genuinely curious question. Not here to stir the pot. Just want to expand my knowledge.
A couple things.
Sure.
It could be that Adam Aron has filed litigation against the NYSE and that's pending and they can't talk about it, right? Or it could be that one of the market makers has filed lawsuit against Adam Aron that we don't know to try to shut him up. Or it could be that last year sometime Adam Aron may have signed an NDA with somebody and he's not allowed to talk about it.
Hey,
but the main point is he owes us an explanation on what happened to our stock in our company.
But if he can't talk about it, then how is he going to explain it is what my next question would be.
Hey,
but the thing is
Spence, can you hear me? YouTube is so choppy. We only hear every other word. We can't hear you. It's every other 3 words. We can't hear you.
Sure.
There we go.
Diva. Hi, Diva.
So Adam Aron is the CEO and chairman of the company. His duty is to the company and his shareholders to protect the stock. If he's put himself in a situation where he can't do that and he's compromised, then he has failed and it's dereliction of his duties. And that's just a fact. If he's done something that's compromised his standing where he can't tell us what's going on, then that's a failure on his part. Now, it could just be that Adam Aron and the board of directors have finally actually went out and filed action against the NYSE. And if they have, they can't talk about it. But the problem is you can't leave your shareholders sitting here with a stock price that's worth less than a pack of Wrigley's Bubblemint whatever gum. Ape is worth less than a pack of Wrigley's gum. That's a hard truth fact, and everybody needs to swallow the hard to swallow pill and realize that Ape got destroyed and we're bag holding. And we've heard not a single word from Adam Aron the entire time. So
Can I add something else to that, Spence? There's another reason too, and it could be nothing. It could be that none of this is happening.
Yep.
And he made a mistake, and that's something that we have to face too. And I guess that we'll see what's going on in an hour. But we have to look at every single angle. And from where I'm sitting,
sorry.
From where I'm sitting, he's been quiet for more than 60 days. So that whole 60-day quiet thing is over. So he's been quiet for more than 60 days, and I've lost almost half of my investment on paper. So it's I don't know. I guess we'll see.
In the end, one side's going to end up pulling the other side over the line, right? So in the end,
so it's I don't know. I guess we'll see.
In the end, one side's going to end up pulling the other side over the line, right? So in the end, either retail's going to be right or the hedges are going to be right. Me personally, based on what I've learned from both sides of the fence, I don't know, man. It just seems like we're gonna win. And maybe I'm a fool. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm a hopeful idiot who's built a mansion and in my own head and I'm living a pipe dream. But I don't know. Maybe I have this weird faith. And I know you're not supposed to invest on emotion and all that shit. But yeah, that was just my question, as to why? But yeah, thank you for the great answers. I super appreciate that, guys.
Hey guys, Tara started a call because she didn't see ours while she was working her technical difficulties out. So should we all go over there, I think?
Yeah, let's go to Tara's call. Sorry,
Okay.
everybody. I just wanted to get everybody up and running. Let's go to Tara's call because it'll be easier for me to host the earnings.
all right, everybody, we're gonna congregate over to Terrible Space Call. Real quick, please hang with me. Twitter gave her technical difficulties, and I had some with YouTube. It's funny how that all starts. Join the space. Now let me join Tara's call. Yay.
Okay, the whole gang's here now. Oh my gosh. I hope no one listens back to this recording because it's going to sound so stupid. Well, now it'll be great. Now we'll have the actual earnings call. Now that I have help. It's just been one thing after another today. So thank you, PJ. Thank you, Spence, for getting in here.
I'm in the space call. Yay.
Help. I'm just over here cooking food. So, yeah, I'll just sit here and not do anything while you guys do all the work. I'm sorry, Spence.
No, you can talk because I've been talking. I started 2 hours early on accident on my YouTube, so we need you.
Oh no. Okay, I'll talk. So what? Actually, just to get this started, what time do you know? Are they actually going to have the earnings? Like, what time is it starting?
26 minutes and 43 seconds exactly.
Okay, perfect. So we have to think of something to talk about for the next. I just heard. Tell me if this is true or not. That Tesla is putting Zoom in their cars. Just announced, and that we already heard that AMC is putting Zoom in their theaters. I thought that was an interesting.
That would be amazing.
It's been announced just now, is what I'm hearing. Hopefully, it's accurate. I don't know if anyone can get me information on that. That'd be great.
I'm not seeing anything. I see where somebody is hosting Zoom calls in their Tesla by hacking it.
And honestly, we're a nation of distracted drivers and workaholics. We don't really need to be chilling in our Teslas doing Zoom calls.
I mean, I would chill in a Tesla and watch like OnlyFans or something, but
Oh my god, I'm dead.
I knew you were
I
going
think
to say
honestly,
that, Sven.
I think honestly, like it's a cool idea. I mean, if people are going to be in their cars anyway, but doing Zoom and driving might be bad. I don't know, but I hope that the announcement is actually true. Someone just DM'd it to me, so I tweeted it. Now I feel like, is this actually legit? I can't find anything either.
I think Zoom and Tesla cars is not a bad idea, actually. But the whole idea of Zoom was to enable people to not have to make contact with each other to keep workplaces COVID free, which COVID is still around. My mom and stepdad are currently like laid out flat because of COVID. So I don't see a company like Microsoft saying, hey, we're going to pay all our employees 2 hours to go to an AMC theater to have a Zoom call with all our buddies across on the East Coast. AMC is actually picking up and running pretty good right now.
I was going to say, I just found the tweet. It's actually Unusual Whales had originally said it. Zoom, $ZM, officially announces its video conferencing app is coming soon to Tesla vehicles. So I think Unusual has pretty trusted sources. I see Froggy up here with his hand up. Go for it, Froggy.
I was just about to say it's true, so that's about all I can add to it.
Cool. Thanks. Thanks for the confirmation.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That's really
Interesting that back-to-back, Tesla's announcing this and then also AMC Theaters. I just thought that was an interesting thing. I still wish AMC Theaters would do gaming tournaments or gaming events in theaters where you could watch your favorite gamers like down in the front and then see it all on the big screen. I think it would be amazing.
I think people would go to work. They would go to an AMC theater to have a Zoom call, a big Zoom meeting with like 50 people in the theater. And the very next day, that company would be flooded with workers' comp filings because they're all claiming that they got sick. I used to do this type of stuff for a living, like have big business meetings and go to corporate functions and stuff. And people are shady, so. What's up, Diva?
Good afternoon to all you guys. All you guys are beautiful. Miss you guys. Anyway, I want to say this. Those are down in the YouTube. You guys are so disrespectful. If you don't like her voice, you can leave. If you don't like her, you can leave. Because none of us forced you to come in.
Boot their asses.
I've been timing them out. If you want to go to something called...
Wait, what YouTube? What YouTube stream is this on? On Spence's?
If you want to go to something...
I'm not...
Oh, my goodness.
If you guys want to talk about her or whatever...
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm not
Diva. Honestly, my number one rule here is I don't give attention to those people because that's what they crave the most. So we're just going to actually not talk about them at all. Because that's what they want us to do. So we're just going to continue having fun over here and doing our thing, and they can do their thing. No one ever made it famous being a hater. So
most of them are telling me what I'm seeing. I can't keep up with all the comments, but I see more good than bad. But
sweet.
Everybody's telling me to shut my stupid space call down and go to Terra's. So.
Oh no! I sent them to YouTube. I said, "You guys are watching Spence on YouTube. Can you please help me and go tell him that I finally got the space to work?" So what I had to do was I had to start a brand new space, the one that I had scheduled from a couple weeks ago. I started it. It didn't do anything, and then I went to start it again. It worked, and then when I went to invite you guys, it just disappeared, and then I couldn't go back to it. It would just kick me out of Twitter completely every time I clicked on it.
Let's leave Spence's shill space call and go to Tara's real ape space call.
I'm just not even gonna.
$6. Tara, are you watching the price of it right now?
I am.
I'm not.
It's going up nice and slowly. Mikey likes
4%.
Hey guys,
You did see that?
Just tweeted. Just tweeted AMC earnings. EPS 20 cents, beats 24, estimate sales 968 million,
Yeah, it was a beat.
968.4 million, beat. How did, so it's happening?
I'm saying, PJ, where do you see that at?
At
The
Unusual
earnings is
Wow.
live. Just go to their PR.
Yeah, they've already dropped the paper earnings, the statement.
Oh, okay, so
But
they beat. That's a
we
good
knew-
thing. That's why it's running. I didn't know that it beat.
Yeah,
If someone
we
has
knew
that, if someone's tweeted that, pin it up to the top of the space. I don't know, Joey, if you have.
I'm on my work computer. I will do it. 1 sec.
Thank you so much.
I called
I just did it, Joey.
earlier today. I said, we know, and I tweeted it. I said, we know AMC is going to beat because Cinemark and NCMI beat, and that's why NCMI ran 40% today. So we knew coming into this that we were already going to beat. Now, if Adam Aron can confront this and drop some kind of news that is meaningful, this thing could really pop off today, which would be absolutely wonderful for everybody. This is his chance to really crush something out of the park here.
Personally, I'm really hoping that he mentioned something about buying out some of the Regal or Cinemax theaters.
So here's the news on that. National Cinemedia is actually suing Regal for using the bankruptcy as a weaponized way of manipulating their failure on their merger. NCMI is a much bigger part of this than everybody realizes. Cinemark, AMC, Regal, all these theater companies own part of NCMI, and it was actually an AMC spinoff from the past. So there's a big, huge conflict of interest. BlackRock, just not even, I think, a month ago, dropped 70% of their NCMI and got out. And that's why the stock price tanked. And they're still giving a 3-cent dividend per share quarterly. That's why I started calling it out. I'm hoping it stays below 60 cents until the end of November, because I'm going to drop a huge sum of cash on it to make this awesome dividend play over the next 4 years.
That's a good percentage. Apes up to 161.
Yeah, AMC just got slapped in the face. Still a nice little run after hours. We're up 1.6%, and Ape just dropped to 1.88% negative. But I
really quickly want to take an opportunity really fast just to say thank you so much to the people who have been here and just shown like nothing but love and support throughout. This is not an easy process for any of us. And I don't think it just, it's not just in regards to AMC and Ape and our little bubble that we're in. I mean, the entire market is in turmoil, crypto, everything. So I just want to say thank you guys for showing up, for tweeting out the space, for showing love, showing support, and just honestly being great human beings and not going around and just tearing people down and wasting your time doing that. It's not going to make you feel better. Honestly, it'll just make you feel worse. But I promise you, I've got pretty thick skin. So if you need to do it to someone, you can come at me, bro. But really, I appreciate you guys. I see so many faces in here that I haven't seen in months because I haven't been on a space in months, and you're back, and it feels like home. This is like, I don't know. You guys have helped me in so many ways in my personal life, just getting out of my comfort zone and really, sharing my voice. So I want to encourage other people to do the same. If you've never been on a space, you've never spoke on a space, this is one to come up and do that in. Honestly, we're open here. We're welcome to ideas and just open discussion too. So especially after the earnings recording plays. So I just want to say thank you all. I really appreciate you. And Spence, PJ, I appreciate you guys having my freaking back throughout this entire rough and up and down and roller coaster ride that we've all been on. It can get really challenging at times, but I don't think I get an opportunity to say it enough, just how much it means to me to have, a group of people who have really just shown me so much kindness, even when I'm wrong, even when, I make mistakes. You guys don't tear me down. You guys just, remind me to keep on going and not give up. So thank you.
You're welcome.
No problem.
Thank you, Miss Tara, for holding the spaces and for keeping everybody level-headed. especially when I can't. You rock, girl.
I love you. I love you, girl.
Awesome. I did tweet a link to the PDF specifically, so welcome to pin that at some point if you want, because I did see Unusual Whales just posted. It was a beat, but if you want to actually read it, which I'm doing right now, nothing crazy. I do love to see the margins compared to other theaters on concessions, and like the amount of money the average customer is spending on concessions comparatively to other theaters. I think that's fascinating. I don't know if things are just more expensive at AMC. I haven't gone to like a Cinemark before, not since I was a kid. So yeah, I thought that was interesting.
It's the brand loyalty, man. In part of what Terra has created with all these space calls in the ape community is a massive brand loyalty to AMC, because back in 2019, nobody cared what theater they went to. You just went to the closest, nicest theater or whatever. People literally go to AMC theaters now because of this community and things that Terra has done in creating brand loyalty, which is really, really depressing, in my opinion, to see Adam Aron squandering it in so many different ways. The iron has been so hot that the time to strike will never be better, and we've just kind of.
It's
I cannot agree more. Like I have to just add to what you're saying really fast. Just one. Oh shoot, it's calling me. Hold on, Mom. I'll call you back. She can't hear me. I really just wanted to add to what you were saying and say that. You know, we had requested merch, like AMC sell merch, hats, T-shirts, whatever. If they had just put anything like with a gorilla on it, or, I mean, even just movie-related merch, but has the AMC logo on it. So, I mean, they would have made a killing on that. We've been asking for that for 2 years. We've been asking for stickers like In-N-Out or Dutch Bros gives. You know, you could do like holiday-themed ones, Halloween, like black and white AMC logos that glow in the dark. People love to slap those things everywhere, and it's just, again, that brand recognition. And I mean, it's not much overhead, honestly. And so I don't know, there have been some major pushes by this community that would have, you know, equated to some pretty good revenue streams, but never panned out. So I'm hopeful that maybe in the future it will, but at the same time, I wonder how effective it will be down the road.
It's no overhead, because all they got to do is a T-shirt company comes to them and they say, we'll give you this much money off of every shirt for letting us use your logo. And then they sell them at Walmart and AMC makes a fortune. That's why Elon Musk comes out and sells stuff like Tesla tequila and Tesla whistles, cyber whistles, because he makes a killing off of that stuff. And we could have been doing it the whole time. And it's so irritating.
When you buy T-shirts in bulk and you have those printed up, you're looking at $4 to $6 done for a shirt, and look at what they sell them for, 15, 18, 20 bucks. Yeah, that's a big markup.
We were ready to buy NFTs knowing that our money was not going to value in any certain way just to help pay off debt, and it just didn't happen. And it's like, I don't know anymore. It's drove me to the point to where I have to be brutally honest and say, and you may not agree with me, and that's absolutely fine, but me as a shareholder, I am questioning Adam Aron. What is he doing now? He didn't want to do the dividend STO, and he didn't want to do the share intel stuff. So if he's got a plan that we don't know about, great. I'll admit I'm wrong later, and the stock will go bananas and everybody will get their gold sticker, right? But if he's not, then I sat here like a fool, silent for 2 years, and helped, in my personal opinion, helped accidentally create bag holders unintentionally. And that's why I flipped my position on my stance on what I'm doing here. And I know some of you don't like it, and that's fine. And I understand why. But if I was a hedge fund manager, I would want everybody quiet, dumb, and silent, right? Because if we're not making noise, then Adam Aron's going to do whatever he wants, and it might not be in the best interest of the company. Everything good that has happened with AMC is because of the ape community and the ideas that we've given to him. and our money and our time and the incredible brand name that we've made that trended globally. And so far, in my personal opinion, nothing has happened with it at a rate of time that is respectable enough for what we've created. Popcorn should have already been on grocery store shelves.
Yep.
You know, it's really, I imagine it's probably extremely difficult to try to catch, you know, lightning in a bottle. But at the same time, you know, there were other things that were happening really quickly and really weren't very meaningful. When I look back and I, you know, look at the I own AMC NFT that anyone could get their hands on, you didn't have to own the stock to get that NFT. It was just sort of a supplemental to us requesting a 1-to-1 blockchain NFT that would have, you know, equated to an actual share count. It was shot down and called likely illegal by Adam. I don't know who is advising him or telling him these things, but it's just simply not true. It's not illegal. There have been plenty of precedents before this, and, you know, I'm sure there will be plenty more in the future. I really do think blockchain is the future of everything. I think, you know, with all of, it's pretty wild watching all of the news coming out around crypto today, and then all of these crazy things happening in the stock market, and then all of this stuff happening around voting. And I don't want to get political in here, but at the same time, you know, you kind of have to look at all of it, look at the big picture and go, okay, what can solve this problem? Like, all of these problems can be solved with blockchain, with the ability to know where your vote is, you know, at all times, like what is going on. And the same thing would have, you know, happened with every single share of AMC, had there been that 1-to-1 NFT type STO, security token, whatever you want to call it. You know, and unfortunately, I feel like we were just kind of, I hate to use the word duped, but that's how I'm feeling. So I own AMC. NFT is not very representative of anything, not even owning AMC. So, I mean, you could be short the stock and still get it. You could be, yeah, you could be Charles Gasparino and still get your hands on one of those. So it's unfortunate, you know, and it's a lot of lip service. And I feel like we've all been a little bit had, and we all have every right to feel that way at this time. But I'm not giving up yet. And it doesn't mean, you know, we can't get someone potentially on the board, you know, who could represent us a little bit better and our voices a little bit better.
Absolutely.
You know, there was a lot of signs. You know, I think back oftentimes and I think, I think of all the times I said, what is he doing? Why is he doing that? And I just, you know, I know this stock is going to run. It has to. It cannot have this kind of short interest and this kind of attention for it to just go away. That's not happening. But I do question the moves that AA has made in the past year, basically. And I think we all have. I think everybody in this call has. If you're thinking about it from a non-emotional perspective, like a regular shareholder would, you see these mistakes or missteps that he's made with his shareholders, not the company, but with his shareholders.
Well, and honestly, I don't think it's wrong to criticize or, you know, give constructive criticism. Now, go, you know, the hate and all of that, I'm not down with that. But he says he hears our voices. He says we own the company. He listens to what we have to say. Then listen, you know what I mean? Then don't be afraid to say it. If we all sit back and, you know, are biting our nails and afraid to step out of line because people might get mad at us, that's unfortunate. You know, that's not freedom. If you're not free to express your feelings, express your thoughts, and be able to say to a CEO or anybody for that matter, you know, if you're investing your hard-earned money there, you should have some sort of, you know, input and also be valued in that way. So, yeah, it's disheartening. But at the same time, like I said, I'm not giving up yet. You know, I don't know how long this whole charade can last, but I'm really hopeful for the future of AMC. I hope that things can be turned around, maybe with the right person in there. Go ahead, Spence, my bad.
If you were Adam Aron and you saw a bunch of random people on Twitter willing to throw endless money at you no matter what and cheer while the stock price takes an 80% loss, he's probably sitting there going, God, these guys are stupid. I'm going to do what I have to do to make the company as stable as possible off their backs while I can.
There's one problem with that, Spence. They didn't expect a mass sell-off on Ape. So I'm very, very curious. This is probably my number one thing going into this call here in 20 minutes is to get his perspective on Ape, right? Like there's no doubt selling behavior occurred on Ape. So I think the blind and dumb theory holds true to what you're saying is, hey, I can create this dividend as an extension of AMC and no one's going to sell it. Well, people sold, and that's a problem, right? If you're trying to, further, eliminate debt, increase the bottom line of your company, and that just didn't happen. Well, we'll see. I could be very, very wrong. There could be something flash in the pan that I'm not aware about.
Yeah, and it could be that he diluted the crap out of us, and I'll have to admit I'm wrong to Mark Cohodes. Or it could be that right during those 43 million FTDs that were generated, it could have been a market maker selling synthetic ape to their own trading desk, which is why the short interest increased 36% before we tanked from $5 down to $1.50. There was a lot of shady shit going on, but you can't deny, like Joey said, we had major influencers telling everyone to sell ape from day one. Major influencers.
I'll be honest, I kind of wish I would have listened. I mean, it's so messed up, but I'm reading this really quick. It says AMC Ape offering update from Q3 earnings release as of November 8th, 2022. AMC has sold approximately 14.9 million shares of Ape units, raising net proceeds of approximately $36.4 million. This
great.
implies sold at approximate average net of $2.44 per share.
Well, I'm definitely not wrong.
I don't like that. He started. Oh, I'm going to be quiet.
I don't know Mark a keg, that's for sure. They only sold 14 million shares.
That's not a lot.
It's not a lot.
That's not dilution.
He started.
So now
selling.
we know that the stock price did not drop because of dilution.
Yep, and he started selling probably at the point when he said, the shorts are going to leave me with nothing. Let me start to sell. Who cares about the shareholders? Guys, this is upsetting to me. And I'm sorry, but 36, what did he raise? 36 million?
Yay.
Yeah, 36.4 million.
I'm sorry. A good CEO could blow his nose of $36 million. This is ridiculous, guys.
That said, when you dilute, it actually creates buying pressure. So if you suddenly tomorrow release, how many are left? 400 million, give or take, right? Or sorry, 436 million shares. Those are 436 million shares that need to be bought. So that actually creates buying pressure. There's this misconception on what dilution is. I'm like, if you look at every run AMC has had, it's been on the precipice of dilution. And go ahead. And so if you put those into market, it's going to pump. So I'm actually happy. If he came in here, if I just read that he sold 300 million and the price is at $1.50, I would have been fucking pissed.
Exactly.
So this actually tells me there's a huge opportunity, but it's got to pump a little bit. Otherwise, you're selling at $1.50 a share. You can slowly do it at $1.50, and I can't do the math. $600 million they'd raise. That's nothing compared if they would have done it at 8 or something.
There's unreported short interest. I know for sure now that Adam Aron did not dilute our stock price down, which means there is unreported short interest and there's FTDs still out there somewhere.
And don't forget the trade secrets that the SEC will not allow to be made known with those FTDs. Somebody knows what's going on, and it's not the shareholders.
My FOIA request.
I'll pin that to the top of the space. Go ahead, Sven.
My FOIA request that I filed right before OmniLaw filed his, and everybody came to the space call and everybody filed, which good job on the community for that and Omni. Mine is worded very much differently with multiple federal regulation codes, CFRs, Reg Show, FINRA codes, and citations stating why they have to tell us who created those FTDs, which I believe is why they have not responded to me.
I don't remember the
Trying to get it set up, guys. Sorry about the sound. I'm trying to get the call set up.
I'm the guy that makes the decisions, and I've made this decision, but you're welcome to appeal, which is basically a big flipping us the bird. So we have no control over this. Only Adam Aron can have some sort of control, and I'm really hoping that there's an announcement that's better than what we already have heard coming out of this call.
Is it possible that he is the confidential party that is already, in communication with them? Is it possible that they've given him the information and the information is now confidential because of that? I'm trying to look for, a light at the end of this tunnel or any sort of maybe this is why they gave that response. I don't know if you guys want to elaborate or talk about that.
I hope that would be the case. That would make me feel slightly better. But I don't know.
Yeah, someone just commented, can't share info if there's an investigation going on. I mean, and that I understand that. So maybe that's it.
Sarah,
I don't know. Yeah, go for it.
So my question is this. Why can't he just say, due to legal reasons, I cannot discuss it any further? That's all I need to hear. That's all, and that's it. Something's going on. That's all I need to hear.
So right, and so
but staying silent doesn't do shit for me. And I'm saying tomorrow, if he does not come out tonight and address it in any way, shape, or form, I guarantee you, the price is going to drop tomorrow.
You guys, we're down 32 cents in after hours.
You guys want to listen to Slow Jazz?
I want to give perspective for everyone freaking out on the dump. If you look at all previous earnings, which I track very closely in my TA, it's almost always, no matter how good it is, followed by 1 to 7 business days of either chop or downturn, followed by a pump.
Yep.
It almost always has pumped within approximately 5 business days to 2 months.
Thank you.
Always. It has never not happened. That's a double negative. But I digress.
Usually about 2 weeks after, Joey, it looks like we have these beautiful pumps 90% of the time. So
and then they go flat.
Hello, everybody. It's been a minute.
What are you doing, E? Are you driving?
I am. Tara, I'll turn it down. Hold on. Tara, I have an answer to your question about the confidentiality exemption with the FOIA request. The reference to trade secrets, it's as clear as it can be without laying it out in literal verbiage. That is in reference to the way the institution who failed to deliver on the shares does their business and is able to generate a profit, and therefore inherently based upon the precedent set would, end quote, reveal trade secrets in their business practices, in their exclusive approach to market making. And it's a cop-out, and it's bullshit, but that is the clause that they're using to not disclose. They're simply saying if we reveal the mechanics of what happened, it will shed light on how that institution who failed conducts their business in an exclusive way that they have trade secret rights to, and it's not protected under a trademark, but it's under trade secrets. Like I'm in the process of building a business right now in the beverage sector, and trade secrets are predominantly how the entire industry acts, and it's basically it's a precedent-based copyright / intellectual property protection, and that's the clause they're using. Anyway.
Interesting. So, in your opinion, you don't think it has anything to do with an open investigation that Adam Aron is potentially involved with?
No.
So I would think, and I agree, so trade secrets are trade secrets. I get that. I would think that if your secret ends in a 43 million share fail, you need to stop doing what you're doing. And the SEC should be looking into those secrets on how they conduct business if that happened on the first day of trading. What were they doing with their hands? What were they doing with 43 million fails? How did that happen? And I get it, we don't know, but we should have a right to know.
Here's my theory.
Well, I agree, just quickly. I agree, and unfortunately, I think, and this is speculation, I'm not declaring any legally binding statement here, but unfortunately, my gut tells me that that's because the institutions and regulatory bodies either know or actually endorse what they're doing because they're trying to protect what they call market stability. That's their justification. It's the same thing with the plunge protection team that I've been talking about extensively for years now, and how they step in on downticks and upticks in the market and prevent flash crashes. But it's manipulation nonetheless, and the government or a private institution doing it, it flies in the face of the concept itself of a free market. It is not a free market. It is a highly generously put manipulated, but more specifically contained and managed market. And with something like this, there's no reason that they would default to the prerequisite of it being a trade secret other than to use that as a really easy scapegoat around revealing what's going on. And it's just clear. I mean, I've sent FOIA requests for numerous things outside of the market even, and they've been straddling the line of hitting on trade secrets, and I've still been granted. This is more so on the political lens and doing work in that area, but either way, it's bullshit, and I will say only one critical thing, and I will be very clear and quick here. I, as Tara knows, I do my absolute best to give the benefit of the doubt. I don't want myself to ever end up in a cynical, jaded headspace, whether it be the market, my own business, my personal life, whatever it may be. However, I've given enough benefit of the doubt, end quote, in this scenario to the point where I can say with 100% conviction, there's a huge potential for upside still. I'm not writing anything off, and I think that if the right externalities line up, we can still do very well. But I definitely am convinced that Adam Aron is no different than any other CEO leveraging an opportunity to save his company at the expense of his shareholders. And I'm also, to be blunt, I'm also pretty convinced that they're very orthodox, safe thinkers in that executive team. They're not particularly out of the box. I mean, you can argue doing APE was an unorthodox thing, but it was still done within the framework and the parameters of normal market mechanics. If he was really out of the box, he would have entertained the idea of an STO or even something along the lines. It doesn't need to be Mark Cohoda's idea, but it's thinking that way. It's executing in a way that is fundamentally disruptive and different and left of center. And no decision I've seen come out of AMC in the past 6-12 months is out of the box. It is all pedestrian, safe, corporate, calculated thinking. And at some point, I don't know who it was who just spoke, the gentleman, but silence, in this case, I'm going to sound like a woke lefty here. I'm saying this as a caricature, but in this case, silence is fucking violence to my fucking investment. So let's say something. You don't need to tell me anything. If you're legally, bound, I get it. I know. I've worked in business my whole life. That doesn't mean you can't make statements that are clarifying, and you don't have to necessarily declare anything, but it would be nice to at least
be acknowledged.
Yeah, it would be nice.
I mean, I've waited 2 years here running spaces for sometimes 15 hours a day, and have yet to really be acknowledged, other than, a couple back and forths in DMs and a couple email ideas I sent from people here, some that were implemented, but just implemented in a not so productive way, not in the way that we, had hoped for, that would actually benefit AMC as a company and benefit the stock as well. And it's funny to me because there's always that sort of cop out of, I'm the CEO, my job is to run the company. Well, you're also the chairman and your job is to answer to shareholders. So by taking on both positions, you've taken on both positions. So you do have to answer to your shareholder base. And I understand where people have their qualms with it. Obviously we're invested in this thing. We don't want to go around and just say how horrible the CEO and the company is. Obviously, that's not good for my investment. So, voicing these things obviously puts me in the danger zone of that happening, but it's already happening. Like, nothing I am saying is causing the stock to drop to where it's at this point. So quit being scared. That's all I want to say, is quit being afraid to speak up and share your opinion. The silent majority, whoever you are, quit being afraid. Like, if people want to attack you for, having your, opinions and speaking out loud and saying, welcome to my world, because that's all I've gotten here, but I don't care. I'm not going to sit around and wait for others to do it. I've never done that. And, in my life, I don't sit around and wait. I'm going to, nip things in the bud and hit it straight, like head on. I don't appreciate that kind of thing, but I understand that not everyone wants to put themselves out there in that way. So I don't mind being the human shield either. But we need to be allowed to speak up. This isn't a community if you can't, share your opinion, share your thoughts, and do it freely.
So real quick, it's still background music on the earnings call. You guys can hear it, so they're not playing it yet. But I put out a full video and several tweets on this saying that if AA didn't dilute the stock, then that is proof of them manipulating the stock price, in which on August 22nd, a market maker had to have sold themselves 43 million shares of APE that were synthetic to short. It's the only way. So Adam Aron needs to address this stock price manipulation immediately.
So there's a clip out there, Spence, of it was from Al from Boston's video interview with Patrick Byrne, and there's a short clip, and he asks him if he was in charge and head of the SEC, if he was Gary Gensler or put in Gary Gensler's position, what would be the first and most important thing that he would focus on? And he said FTDs. He said that is how they manipulate the markets. It's all in the FTDs. So I don't think... Yeah. What's up, Joey?
I said, well, yes, but also...
I would like to find that clip. I would like to find that clip is what I was going to say. Spence, I don't know if you can find it on your end. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, I obviously agree with you, Tara, on that. But I talk a lot about derivatives, specifically the options chain, and how an entire float can be owned multiple times over, which is outside of AMC's scope. There's been multiple examples over the course of the last 20 years to which this has happened. And the liquidity driver to suppress or drive the price up is predominantly done through derivatives, options chain, right? Like, that's how you create infinite liquidity. So that's an area of the market that needs to break and needs to be regulated. But I digress before this call. I do want to say one thing and to make it really clear. I work with a lot of publicly traded companies. I can't disclose who. And Many of them are in the Fortune 500. And I can tell you in QBR calls, quarterly business reviews, and reading their quarterly calls as well, some are more public with these statements from CEOs and than others, but they say in their like corporate objective, more often than not, is like increase growth X here, emerging market here, to increase shareholder value. That comes from the horse's mouth. That is the CEO. That is in the scope of the CEO's job. So if any publicly traded CEO says otherwise, that's bullshit. Like, that is their job, to appease shareholders, because that's what makes them of value. So you're allowed as a shareholder to publicly to voice and concern or whatever, constructive criticism, whatever it may be.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at, is I'm just sort of kind of done with the whole, oh, you're going to hurt the stock if you say these things. You guys, like, hello, have you looked at the stock? Like, we're down 90%, okay? How much more do you think what I have to say in here, or any of us have to say, is going to hurt the stock versus what's already happening? I do believe, if anything, if some of our ideas at least were implemented, it would be a great benefit to the company and the stock. Again, like merch and other things that could be sold for revenue. I don't know. It's all a bit strange, but I'm tired of the cop out, and I'm tired of, it's not my job. It most certainly is. It's only that person's job. They're the only one. So it's nobody else's.
Earnings call starting. Hold on.
Here.
Earnings call starting.
Oh my God, believe me, you're not missing.
Anytime during the conference you need to reach an operator, please press *0. Today's conference recorded Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. And now I'd like to turn the conference over to John Merriweather. Go ahead.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to AMC's third quarter 2022 earnings webcast. With me this afternoon is Adam Aron, our Chairman and CEO, and Sean Goodman, our Chief Financial Officer. So before I turn the call and the webcast over to Adam, let me remind everyone that some of the comments made by management during this webcast may contain forward-looking statements that are based on management's current expectations. Numerous risks, uncertainties, and other factors may cause actual results to differ materially from those that might be expressed today. Many of these risks and uncertainties are discussed in our most recent public filings, including our most recently filed 10-K and 10-Q. Several of the factors that will determine the company's future results are beyond the ability of the company to control or predict. In light of the uncertainties inherent in any forward-looking statements, listeners are cautioned to not place undue reliance on these statements. The company undertakes no obligation to revise or update any forward-looking statements, whether as a result of new information or future events. On this webcast, we may reference non-GAAP financial measures, such as adjusted EBITDA, constant currency, operating cash burn, among others. For a full reconciliation of our non-GAAP measures to GAAP results, please see our earnings release posted in the Investor Relations section of our website earlier today. After our prepared remarks, there will be a question and answer session. This afternoon's webcast is being recorded, and a replay will be available in the Investor Relations section of our website at amctheaters.com later today. With that, I'll turn the call over to Adam.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. Even with the third quarter financially being flattish, we join you on this call today brimming with confidence that the recovery of AMC Entertainment is well underway. AMC welcomed more than 53 million guests to our theaters around the world in Q3 of 2022, a 33% increase compared to the third quarter of 2021. On our last quarterly webcast, we were encouraged that the July industry-wide domestic box office was down only 12% from the pre-pandemic July of 2019, but we also did predict quite correctly that there would be a dearth of big movie titles being released in August and September of this year. Even so, we also were ebullient about the movies coming out in the fourth quarter of 2022 and in calendar year 2023, and that is precisely our view again today. Despite a lackluster August and September, we're seeing that the industry-wide box office, domestically and globally, clawing and climbing its way back. In looking at the fourth quarter of 2022, it's worth noting that Warner Brothers' Black Adam, released in mid-October, had the highest domestic box office opening weekend gross of all time for any movie featuring Dwayne Johnson as a leading man. I also can confirm today that our advanced bookings at AMC and Odeon for Black Panther: Wakanda Forever are frothy and robust. We are about as certain as we can be that the so-called Black Panther 2 will be one of the biggest movies of the year, and that its ticket sales might even cause it to rise as high as the second biggest movie of 2022, behind only Top Gun: Maverick. And of course, Q4 will continue with Disney's Strange World, with James Cameron's Avatar: The Way of Water, and with Damien Chazelle's Babylon. Anchored by a strengthening fourth quarter of 2022, let's get a better sense of this recovery by briefly going back to the beginning. Recall that when the pandemic hit the scene in early 2020, the industry-wide domestic box office, which is the basic measurement of the size of our industry, fell by more than 4/5 for the full year of 2020, leading to the lowest box office grosses since 1981. But in comparing to 2020, the domestic box office more than doubled in 2021. Our expectation for the full year of 2022, when this year is all over, is that the domestic box office will have dramatically risen and increased yet again, by not quite, but almost by 75%. And while no one's crystal ball is perfect this far in advance, based on our analysis of the movie titles currently expected to be released in 2023, we think that next year's box office should grow yet again by between 15 and 25%, and possibly by even more. Our confidence in looking ahead stems not only from a growing industry-wide box office, but also because of the demonstrated agility of the AMC board and management team to skillfully navigate our way through crisis. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have taken bold and decisive steps to ensure a recovery for AMC Entertainment by taking action after action after action to enhance our marketing appeal and our operating profitability, while at the same time brilliantly raising capital. Over the last 2.5 years, AMC took in some $2.2 billion of new equity proceeds and another $2.6 billion of debt financings. In addition, we were able to amicably negotiate almost $1.5 billion of further benefit from asset sales, government support, and concessions from both our lenders and our theater landlords. Accordingly, at the end of the third quarter, AMC had just under $900 million of liquidity. Having ample liquidity is a bedrock of strength. We will use ours both to continue to grow, but also to continue to delever. Our smart financing activities include the recently announced refinancing just a few weeks ago of our $400 million Odeon term loan in Europe, taking the debt paid off to $144 million so far this year in total. And there is also the introduction of our preferred equity units, or APEs, in August. In launching them, we said that the creation of APEs was nothing less than an all-defining moment in AMC's future, as it gave us a new currency to help AMC to grow, to delever, and to raise capital. We also said at the time to those who feared mindless dilution, that we would treat our new A preferred stock, that we would treat it as precious, and we will continue to do so. So far, we have raised only $37 million of equity proceeds from the sale of APES into the market. We have indeed been careful. As to APES specifically, each AMC preferred equity unit was designed to have essentially similar economics and voting rights as an AMC common share. But markets are markets. They act on their own accord, and they are out of our direct day-to-day control. Even so, we continue to be convinced that over time, the availability of APES will serve their purpose for AMC Entertainment well, to help AMC to grow, to delever, and to raise capital. Taken together, all of the actions that we've taken have allowed AMC Entertainment to successfully navigate our way through the impact of the COVID pandemic. And by contrast, we did so while several of our competitors, both big and small, were forced into bankruptcy protection or some other form of reorganization or liquidation. In 2021 and 2022, we wisely pruned our circuit by adding theaters where it made sense to do so, and by aggressively shedding about 7% of our theaters. Indeed, AMC and Odeon permanently closed old or tired buildings with marginal or negative profitability that had reached the end of their productive life cycles. At the same time, though, we also have been able to grow our network by profitably adding attractive theaters, either built from scratch in appealing locations, or those picked up from our competitors who may have stumbled. I should point out that with $900 million of quarter-ending liquidity, our eyes are keenly open to new such opportunity as it may arise, tempered only by my previous comment that preserving ample liquidity and delevering are also high priorities for us. We also have a number of bold ideas about how we can broaden our business, which I will talk about specifically later on this call. So that's where we are 2.5 years into our COVID-19 journey. We're not out of the woods yet. While the box office is unmistakably on the rise, it's still falling short of pre-pandemic levels. Adding to all that, inflation is rampant and interest rates are marching upwards. In summary, though, as I said at the beginning of this webcast, we are brimming with confidence. We know what we're doing, and we will manage AMC with all of our skill and determination as we strive to rise to the challenge. With that, I'm going to pass the call to Sean Goodman, our CFO. After that, I'll come back to talk about some key developments and answer your questions.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you to everyone for joining us this afternoon. While the third quarter started off strong, August and September were, as we expected, relatively quiet. Nonetheless, the quarter still saw revenue growth of 27%, and that number is 32% in constant currency when compared to the third quarter of 2021. Comparing Q3 2022 to the prior year's third quarter, the growth in revenue was offset by box office concentration with a resulting increase in film exhibition costs, a reduction in government assistance, and inflationary cost pressures. The result for the quarter was a small consolidated adjusted EBITDA loss of $12.9 million compared to a $5.3 million loss a year ago. Note that our domestic adjusted EBITDA in Q3 of $1.2 million was an improvement of $31.3 million compared to the prior year, while the international business, which enjoyed meaningful government assistance in 2021, experienced an adjusted EBITDA loss of $14.1 million compared to adjusted EBITDA of $24.7 million a year ago. Now let's just step back and look at our recovery over the last 9 months. Year-to-date, consolidated adjusted EBITDA is a positive $32 million compared to an adjusted EBITDA loss of $450 million for the same period a year ago. That's approaching $500 million of adjusted EBITDA improvement so far this year. As has consistently been the case in this recovery period, our per guest performance metrics remain markedly better than pre-pandemic 2019. For Q3 2022, on a consolidated basis, total revenue per patron was $18.21, approximately 21% higher than Q3 of 2019. This was driven by admissions revenue per patron growth of 12%, food and beverage revenue per patron growth of 30%, and other revenue growth per patron of 48%, all compared to the third quarter of 2019. Taking a closer look in the domestic business, admissions revenue per patron increased by 15% compared to Q3 2019 to $10.90, and our international business achieved a 2% increase to $8.60. Normalizing for the strength of the US dollar compared to 2019, international admissions revenue per patron increased by 10% in constant currency. From a food and beverage perspective, we continue to enjoy exceptionally strong food and beverage revenue per patron. In our domestic markets, food and beverage spend per patron in the third quarter was $7.11. That's 33% higher than average spend in pre-pandemic Q3 2019. And in the international business, food and beverage spend per patron was $4.10. That's nearly 15% higher than Q3 of 2019 and nearly 24% higher on a constant currency basis. Finally, domestic other revenue per patron increased by 54%, and international other revenue per patron increased by 37% and 48% in constant currency. Going forward, we are focused on continuing to drive strength in these key performance metrics through one, ongoing development of our industry-leading AMC app, website, and loyalty programs. Two, enhancing the guest experience, including our innovative food and beverage offerings. Three, providing the very best possible sight and sound experiences through premium offerings such as IMAX, Dolby Cinema, and AMC Prime. And four, growing revenue through diversification initiatives, such as renting out our theaters during off-peak times, marketing and promotion initiatives. All of the above to be achieved while paying very close attention to our operating efficiency. Note that premium format attendance represented 14.9% of domestic attendance in Q3 2022, compared to 12.6% in the third quarter of 2019. And in our international markets, premium format attendance represented 9% compared to 8.4% in the third quarter of 2019. Let's talk about the balance sheet now. We ended the quarter with liquidity of $896 million. This is comprised of $685 million of cash and cash equivalents and $211 million of undrawn credit facilities. As anticipated and discussed during last quarter's earnings webcast, cash burn this quarter was adversely impacted by the relatively quiet box office in August and September, together with seasonal working capital requirements. Our working capital will naturally come under pressure when a relatively strong quarter is followed by a weaker quarter, and Q3 was no exception. Operating cash burn for the quarter, representing cash burn before debt servicing costs and before deferred rent payback, was approximately $179.2 million. Looking ahead, we expect our cash burn to improve in Q4 with a return to positive operating cash generation. Regarding capital allocation, our priorities remain unchanged. One, maintaining sufficient liquidity to manage through the recovery phase of our business. Two, strengthening our balance sheet by extending maturities, reducing debt, and reducing associated interest costs. Three, investing in our business to enhance the guest experience. And four, opportunistically pursuing value-enhancing initiatives, including those that lead to diversification of our business. During the third quarter of 2022, we strengthened our balance sheet by repaying approximately $23 million of deferred rent, reducing our deferred rent balance to approximately $196 million. Recall that back in March 2021, this balance was more than $470 million. And over the last 18 months, we've lowered our deferred rent liability by nearly $275 million. In 2022 alone, deferred rent has been reduced by approximately $119 million. We expect to further reduce this deferred rent balance during Q4 by another approximately $50 million. In addition to the reduction in deferred rent, as Adam noted, we have taken further actions during the year to extend debt maturities and reduce our debt balance. The net result is an approximately $144 million reduction in the principal amount of interest-bearing debt outstanding and an extension of debt maturities through to 2026. All told, if we include the decrease in deferred rent, we've actually reduced our debt liabilities by a total of approximately $263 million so far this year. CapEx, net of landlord contributions, was $44 million in the quarter, and for 2022, we continue to expect CapEx to be in the range of $150 to $200 million. Actively managing our theater portfolio continues to be a priority. During the third quarter, we added 4 new theaters and closed 8, brings the total number of locations closed since the pandemic began to 106, and the total new locations open to 49, for a net reduction of 57 locations. The combined 49 new locations continue to substantially outperform 106 closed locations and also outperform our underwriting expectations. We continuously seek opportunities to strengthen the balance sheet while simultaneously weighing the liquidity needs of our ongoing recovery. And as the steps that we have taken today show, we are ready to take action as attractive opportunities arise. And with that, I'll hand the call back over to Adam to review some exciting recent announcements and provide an update on our strategic initiatives.
Thank you, Sean. Before we head to your questions, I'd like to debunk a few myths, but also to address what I think is the single most important topic facing the movie theater industry of today, as well as several operational, environmental, and business development concepts directly on the horizon as we continue to innovate at AMC. Since the pandemic first arrived, the press has been filled with 3 concerns that conventional wisdom has repeatedly insisted would be existential threats to moviegoing in theaters: fear of infection of the coronavirus disease, the rise of streaming services, and the collapsing of exclusive theatrical windows. On the disease risk, thanks to vaccines, medicines to deal with COVID like Paxlovid, and the fact that so many people have antibody protection because they already experienced a COVID infection, dealing with COVID now has transitioned from pandemic to endemic. It's now more like the seasonal flu, which has been with us for more than a century since it was a killer pandemic in the early 1900s. People will still come down with COVID-19, but it's no longer the commerce-destroying thing that it was back in 2020 and 2021. Life is returning to normal. Risk 1 dealt with. On the streaming services risk, we have long said that the consumer's voracious appetite for content is big enough for movie theaters and streaming services to coexist harmoniously together. The results from Spider-Man No Way Home last winter, from Top Gun Maverick this past summer, and from the expected big grosses this weekend from Black Panther Wakanda Forever will again remind us all that movie theaters can thrive even with the consumer having a multitude of streaming services that are choices as well. Opposed to streaming services being a threat, we think they're a potential ally for AMC Entertainment. This month, for example, we're showing our first ever Netflix movie at AMC, the sequel to Knives Out. we recently announced that we will be showing Paramount Plus's smash hit Yellowstone in our theaters. Last December, we played Amazon's Being the Ricardos, which starred our very own heroine, Nicole Kidman. And of course, Amazon also now owns MGM, whose movies appear prominently on our AMC big screens. Theaters and streamers can thrive simultaneously and can thrive together. Risk, too, dealt with. And as for the risk of collapsing windows, during the height of the pandemic, several studios experimented with going to simultaneous home and theatrical release, or found themselves forced to sell off movie titles that originally were bound for theaters, but which went elsewhere instead. Fortunately for us, studios appear to realize how much boundless money they can make by taking their films to movie theaters first. While there may be an occasional exception here or there, our industry has coalesced around an exclusive 45-day window for theatrical release. Hopefully, that will turn out to be acceptable for studios and acceptable for theaters to both do well. Risk 3 dealt with. At this point, there is only one topic that should be on the top of all minds and the tip of all tongues. It's not the coronavirus, it's not streaming, it's not Windows. It is this: movie theater operators need more movies. Because of pandemic-induced production delays, the number of big movie titles being released by the major studios is still down considerably, down 20 to 30% versus pre-pandemic norms. We eagerly await more film product to show, but I also can report to you today that we are seeing considerable progress on this front. Every few months, I have the opportunity to meet in person with the leaders of all the major studios in Hollywood. Over and over again, I'm hearing from them that they are doing all in their power to pick up the pace of the number of movies that they will be releasing theatrically going forward. That's the major challenge facing the movie industry right now, above all else. And there can be optimism that more movie titles, rather than fewer movie titles, are in our future. Let's turn back to AMC initiatives. There are 7 that I'd like to address directly and update you on. 1, given the financial struggles of many other companies within our industry, our eyes are wide open to opportunity that may arise for AMC. There is nothing further to report to you today on this subject, but know for sure that we are paying close attention. 2, at our existing theaters, we're doing an enormous amount of business on our premium large format screens. So we're doing all that we can to renovate existing screens and increase the number of IMAX, Dolby Cinema, Prime, and iSense screens at our AMC and Odeon theaters. 3, we have started the multi-year installation of laser projectors broadly across thousands of auditoriums in the AMC system. They dramatically brighten and sharpen the images on our screens, thereby greatly improving the movie-going experience for our guests. Laser projection is also the biggest single green initiative that AMC has ever launched, as they decrease energy consumption and they eliminate the need to dispose of depleted halogen bulbs in landfills. 4, just yesterday, we announced a truly exciting partnership with Zoom, in our view, the world's leading video communications platform, to enter into the multi-billion-dollar meetings market for corporate and other meetings. With this new partnership, we are able to offer meeting organizers the best of both worlds: the spectacular communications technology of Zoom, combined with the comfort, size, scale, and state-of-the-art sight and sound capabilities of AMC's centrally located theaters. These new Zoom rooms at AMC are an all-new product that will be available in as many as 17 major cities across the United States starting sometime in 2023. Using a Zoom room at AMC, meeting and event organizers will be able to bring together decentralized workforces or customer bases in significant numbers of people from different markets, but together at the same time for a cohesive, both virtual and in-person meeting experience. It is not a well-known fact, but already, right now, AMC does about $20 million a year of meetings business, and that's limited to one movie theater at a time without the cross opportunity to link up through Zoom technology theaters in multiple markets simultaneously. We're optimistic about the growth in revenues that we can generate from the very substantial meetings market. Additionally, we're in the final throes of development of an AMC branded credit card. So item 5 on my list of 7, I am pleased to tell you today that we firmly expect that our new AMC branded credit card will be launched in the first quarter of 2023, if not sooner. We could not be more excited about the progress we've made in getting to this point. Full details to come when we launch. 6, much also has been written about AMC's coming entry into the multi-billion-dollar popcorn market. Our food and beverage and marketing teams have made great strides in product development, in packaging, and in our distribution plans. I fully expect that in partnership with a major national retailer, AMC Perfectly Popcorn will be on the shelves at grocery stores around the United States in the first half of 2023. Our AMC brand has credible resonance amongst consumers of popcorn, and we can't wait to see the smiles on your faces as you get to see AMC popcorn in a store near you. And lastly, update number 7. Let's briefly tell you about developments recently at Hycroft Mining. Just last week, Hycroft reported the second round of results from its drilling exploration program, the biggest such exploration program on the Hycroft mining site in northern Nevada in nearly a decade. As was the case when the first round of exploration results were announced, Hycroft uncovered more gold and more silver in them thar hills. And of vital importance, Hycroft has been finding ore deposits that are of significantly higher grade. We made the Hycroft investment recognizing the vast potential of the Hycroft asset if the company were appropriately capitalized. The results to date are extremely encouraging. I have to admit to being amused how receptive our shareholders were to our investment in Hycroft, and by contrast, how astounded Wall Street professionals were to that same announcement. Accordingly, while there's no certainty in life, nothing would give me more pleasure someday well down the road than to report to you the degree to which we can monetize our Hycroft investment, hopefully in eye-popping numbers. In closing, we at AMC very much appreciate the support that we continue to get from our passionate shareholder base. And let me say personally that it's been a particular honor for me to meet with many of our shareholders one-on-one at the movie screenings I've personally been hosting around the country, and as of next week across the globe, as my 11th such screening will be for the movie of the hour, the much anticipated Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, at the Odeon Lux Holloway Cinema in London this coming Monday night, November 14. Sean, let's now move to questions both from our shareholders and from industry analysts.
Let's start with questions from our shareholders. Thank you to them for submitting their questions. I've grouped the questions into three categories. So the first category, Adam, is innovations. And the first question there is, where do you see AMC expanding in the future? And what categories of innovations are in the pipeline to enhance the business?
So these items were sort of addressed in my earlier prepared remarks. Number one, within our existing theaters, the amount of business that we do in our premium large format screens is significant. Sometimes on our opening weekends, even though our premium format screens represent only 10% of our auditoriums, sometimes they're producing as much as 50% of the gross of our films across the network. So it makes sense for us to increase the number of premium format, large format screens in our system. And that we're doing. We're going to introduce more IMAX screens, more Dolby Cinema screens, more iSense screens, and more Prime screens. So that's happening. Second, in terms of innovation, again, I mentioned it in my prepared remarks, but I can't say enough how big it is that we're deploying about $250 million of resource to introduce laser projection in about half of our auditoriums. This is a technical term, but the so-called light levels inside a movie theater with laser projection that's contrasted with a halogen bulb, it goes up by between 50 and 100%. It means the pictures on the screen are sharper, they're brighter, and therefore the movie watching experience is that much better. We're always going to want to create an environment in our theaters that makes a consumer want to get off their couch at home and come out to a theater. And brighter, sharper pictures, especially doing so in an environmentally friendly way, is a good way to do that. And then the third major item of innovation for AMC is what we've been doing away from our theaters. Things like the branded credit card, things like Perfectly Popcorn, things like Zoom Rooms, which is in our theaters but away from movie watching per se. These are all areas where we think AMC will shine going forward. And it's not exactly innovation, but you talked in your remarks about how we closed 100 plus marginal theaters and opened 50 new ones, and the 50 new ones make a lot more money than the 100 that we closed. I do continue to think that as the rest of the industry stumbles financially, we're going to see increased opportunity to grow our network and take advantage of our various strengths.
Next question here, Adam, is a request for an update on AMC On Demand. AMC On Demand, which we introduced several years ago before the pandemic, has always had kind of low usage. And candidly, while it's a good little product, I think our money is better directed elsewhere. And so the money that we have been investing to grow AMC Theaters On Demand is money I think that instead we ought to be putting in the placing a significant number of branded credit cards or taking popcorn to the home popcorn market. So I think that as we look to 2023, we're going to look to either phase out AMC Theaters On Demand or alternatively joint venture with another party to offer that same capability to our guests, but not necessarily to investment spend to build it up ourselves. So I mean, it takes me to the point that at a time when dollars are precious, because the recovery of the movie industry has taken a considerable time. You and I agree, Sean, that we need to be laser focused on making sure that every dollar counts. Cut every dollar of expenditure, increase every possible dollar of revenue,
back the best ideas, walk away from the ideas that may be intriguing, but maybe of lower grade priority.
Two questions here. Thanks, Adam. Two mentioned in your prepared remarks, but people are asking when can they expect to see AMC branded popcorn on the shelves, and what is the long-term potential of the partnership with Zoom? So maybe you want to add a little bit more color.
Sure. Sean and I have been at many a taste testing of one recipe after another for our ready-to-eat popcorn and our microwavable popcorn that's going to hit shelves in the first half of 2023. We've seen the packaging, which I think is beautiful. We've had numerous conversations with major national retailers and are getting really favorable response. People want to carry this product on their shelves. You're going to see it in the first half of 2023. I'm supposed to caveat everything because you never know what can go wrong, but my firm expectations is on the shelves first half of the year. As for Zoom, I was in the hotel industry for a good chunk of my career. The meetings market is a multi-billion-dollar market. And for any of you who've gone to a hotel for a meeting and sat in their ballrooms or in their breakout rooms, their chairs are not comfortable. When you compare the comfort of an AMC signature recliner seat to what you might get at a hotel, we beat them. Traditionally, we've only been offered to offer meetings at a theater as a standalone entity. Now, thanks to our partnership with Zoom, we're going to be able to link up theaters in city after city so that people who want to have a nationwide meeting, instead of having to get everyone to fly on a plane and go to a convention city, can do so simultaneously at our theaters. And I saw some reaction to the press announcement yesterday at Zoom. Why would people go to a theater? Why don't they just sign in on Zoom? So it's like Zoom's an amazing thing. As you know, we run our whole company on Zoom for like 2.5 years now. But the answer is when you've got 50 or 100 people in a city, and you've got those 50 or 100 people in a dozen different cities, it's not the same thing to have 500 or 1,000 little mini pictures on a Zoom screen where everybody is alone, either at their desks in the office or maybe at home or somewhere else, signing into Zoom one by one by one by one. This gives us the best of both worlds because people can still gather in a medium-sized group in a city and be hooked up through really sophisticated Zoom technology in another city, or in another city, in another city, in another city. Because we could hook up multiple cities with no problem. And I got to tell you, this idea was the idea of the CEO of Zoom, who literally called us up.
Go figure.
And wanted to share with us his idea how Zoom could make AMC theaters a compelling entry into the meetings market. And the second we heard the idea, we were all for it, and we think the financial opportunity is big. Remember, we already do $20 million a year in meetings business, and that's without the ability to link city after city at the same time. So don't want to give a specific goal, but hopefully the revenue opportunity is large.
Thanks, Adam. So a question about our operations, especially looking into 2023 in the current environment. The question is, we're all seeing the impact of inflation on our daily lives. How's this impacting AMC?
So for those of you who are under the age of 35 on this call, you probably don't even remember what inflation is. But for those of us who are old enough to remember Jimmy Carter when he was president of the United States, we lived through inflationary periods, and they stressed the system because costs rise. And if you want to know how much they raise costs, just look at what the national inflation rate is. That tends to be the cost that everything goes up in the country. What's particular, so in terms of a starting point, when you hear inflation statistics being reported nationally, you should assume that AMC's costs are going to go up by a similar amount. Having said that, what is very unusual in AMC's case is that because the box office is on a path of recovery, the volumes that we're seeing in our theaters, the volumes of customers that we're serving, is rising dramatically. And as a result, we pick up operating efficiencies and increased operating productivity because the number of guests coming into our theaters is coming down, essentially because we're spreading our fixed costs over more people. So we're in the enviable circumstance that we've got a mitigating offset to inflation. The increasing productivity that comes from being able to spread our fixed costs over a larger customer base is offsetting a big chunk of the inflationary costs that would otherwise not be mitigated without this increasing volume of customers for productivity gains.
And in the next section here is a couple of questions about the stock. And the first one here is, please explain why you believe the stock has gone down and why management has been generally silent on this matter.
So this is the biggest question of the day, isn't it? Let me start by saying I am a major AMC shareholder. It is an enormous part of my net worth, and I venture to guess that I personally own more shares than anyone listening on this call today. So I assure you that just as you watch the share price, I watch the share price. Having said that, in terms of decline, there are a lot of factors. These aren't the only reasons why the share price has fallen. But look around at what's happened in the United States, and for that matter, the planet, over the past several months. There's a war going on in Ukraine, which is not good for global stability. It's caused a surge in energy prices. It's caused dramatic inflation, which in turn has caused the Fed to commit to raising interest rates. These are all factors that have affected the market overall. In the case of the movie theater industry, in early September, Cineworld also declared for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, which also created a certain amount of agita around the movie theater industry and our share price. It also does depend on what your time frame is, of course, because while the share price is lower than it was in, let's say, June of 2021, it's still a lot more than it was in January of 2021. But what I just said is about all you'll ever hear me say about our share price. Because you asked, so like, why is management silent on this subject? There are things called securities laws in the United States. And if you're the CEO of a public company, it is much better for you to be talking about the state of the business than the state of the share price. And I know this is frustrating to some of you who would like me to comment all the time, but prudence says
wouldn't be a business
that
without
our
us.
focus and our public focus to be what we're doing to bring back the health of the business over the short, medium, and long term. And that's what we should be talking about. And so that, in fact, is what we have been talking about. We said earlier in the year that you should never interpret silence as inaction or indifference. We are aware this subject is very important to you and to all of us as significant shareholders of the company. Having said that, our focus and our public commentary is usually constrained. So what's in the best interest of the business? What's the future of the business? What are the risks inherent in the business? And that's what drives our public commentary.
Thanks, Adam. And there's a follow-up here, which is asking, can we reverse split the APE shares?
It's something that's legal to do. But interestingly, an action like that would require a shareholder vote, which should remind us all, since there are many shareholders on this call, this is your company. Day to day, we run it. We do our best on your behalf, but on major topics of governance, a shareholder vote is required. And that would be one, for example, that we would have to take out to the shareholders for their opinion and their consideration, and ultimately their decision.
Great. And then a question on disclosure here. Someone is asking, will you provide information on the number of shareholders and the number of shares that have been directly registered with the transfer agent Computershare?
Nice.
So for those of you who don't know what direct registration of shares is, our transfer agent is Computershare, and most of you hold stock through brokerages. Some of you own stock that's directly registered with the company through our transfer agent. A primary benefit, I suppose, for you when you register your shares directly with the transfer agent is that transfer agents do not allow for shorting of shares, whereas most brokerage firms do.
Oh my God!
And so what we've heard from some of you is that to make sure that your shares cannot be shorted, you want to register them directly with the company and a transfer agent, which is your right as the owner of a public security. We haven't given any guidance to any of you to do that or not do that. It's entirely your call. I should point out, it's a small number of people who have done it. As best I can tell, it's around 15,000 or so of our millions of shareholders who decided to directly register shares. And I think they've registered in the neighborhood of 10 million shares or apes with our registrar. And we've decided that this is a number that is one of these numbers that we should publicly release. So when we file our 10Q for the third quarter, we're going to announce in the Q what the number of directly registered shares is.
Excellent. And then the last question that I have here, and then we can go on to
space call ended.
Analyst, is do you have any comments regarding the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk?
That's quite a question. The funniest comment that I heard on Twitter in the past 2 years was, the two great meme stocks are AMC and GameStop. And then there's Musk, and the guy who runs AMC is Adam Aron, that begins with an A, and Ryan Cohen, that begins with a C, runs GameStop, and of course it's Elon Musk. And somebody strung together that AMC was Aron, Musk, and Cohen. Quite something to behold. But Mr. Musk is just taking control of Twitter. And I have no comment, really, one way or another, whether he will do a fabulous job owning and running Twitter or not. But what I can tell you is that the asset that he bought, meaning Twitter, is the most incredible communications tool that I've ever seen. And if you just look back over the last, what is it now, a year and a half, that I've actively been tweeting with our shareholder base, we've been able to convey hundreds and hundreds of important messages to you all about what's going on in our company. And I've been able to read literally hundreds of thousands of inbound comments back to us. I spend about an hour a day on Twitter, mostly reading what you have to say. And I learn so much about what's on your mind. And of course, Twitter also gives us the opportunity not only to learn by listening from you, but also to share information with you and share news with you. And so I continue to be astounded by how impactful and powerful Twitter is as a communications vehicle. And I hope that Elon Musk does good things with Twitter, because it's a very valuable national asset if it's run well. With that, I guess, Scott, the operator, can you see if there are any questions from our industry analysts who are on the call?
Absolutely, thank you. If you'd like to register a question, please press the 1 followed by the 4 on your telephone. You will hear a 3-tone prompt to acknowledge your request. If your question has been answered and you would like to withdraw your registration, please press the 1 followed by the 3. If you are using a speakerphone, please lift your handset before entering your request. Once again, that's 1-4 to register for a question. One brief moment for the first question. And we have a question from the line of Jim Goss with Barrington Research. Please go ahead, your line's open.
Good afternoon, Adam.
Hello, Jim.
How are you doing?
We're all good.
So I thought good. I thought I'd ask you about the Stubbs A-list.
Okay, guys, that's the bulk of the call. These questions are usually reporters and stuff that come in afterwards. Tara's got the space call back up. I want to get in and talk immediately about direct registration, and everyone in the community who is against direct registration for the past 2 years, who have absolutely screwed AMC investors over by spreading misinformation and FUD. So, apparently, and I totally didn't know this, and who would have guessed that if you direct register your shares, they can't be short sold? I mean, who would have guessed that? I recorded the last, right when it cut off DRS, he was done with that pretty much. And then he went in talking about Musk buying Twitter. And they're just answering reporter questions now. So it's basically over.
Direct registration to allow for shorting. I clipped it.
Did you?
But I can't listen to it I can't listen to it because if I listen to it, it kicks me out of my own space. So I don't know if I heard it right, but I clipped it and I just tweeted it on my last space. If I accidentally touch it at all, it'll play and then kick me out of here, which is so stupid.
I personally didn't hear that. I know they didn't have computer share sell ape because then anybody could have went in and bought all the ape float at the market under $2 a share.
Wait, Spence, can you look at it on your PC and play the last clip that I just put up? Can you play it on here?
Yeah, let me check. I don't think he said that, but I know he did say...
Because I need to delete my tweet if he didn't say it, but that's what I thought I heard, and I was like, jaw on the floor, what?
I know they don't sell ape on computer share because somebody could have bought the entire ape float for under $2, which would have been really bad. That would have crushed us. Hold on.
Play the clip, Spence. Play the clip.
I'm trying to find it.
To know. You guys, if you can share out the space, the last one got rugged by me. I accidentally clicked on one of the clips that I don't know. It kicks you out. It's so bizarre. Yeah, if you can find it, that would be great. And the whole eating on the mic thing, I don't know if that's because AOC did it. So now it's everyone's going to. See theaters, a big screen.
Section here is a couple of questions about the stock. That have been directly registered with the transfer agent, ComputerShare.
Nice.
So for those of you who don't know what direct registration of shares is, our transfer agent is ComputerShare, and most of you hold stock through brokerages. Some of you own stock that's directly registered with the company through our transfer agent. A primary benefit, I suppose, for you when you register your shares directly with the transfer agent is that transfer agents do not allow for shorting of shares, whereas most brokerage firms do.
Oh my God.
And so what we've heard from some of you is that to make sure that your shares cannot be shorted, you want to register them directly with the company and a transfer agent, which is your right as a owner of a public security. We haven't given any guidance to any of you to do that or not do that. It's entirely your call. I should point out, it's a small number of people who have done it. As best I can tell, it's around 15,000 or so of our millions of shareholders who decided to directly register shares. And September, Cineworld, securities law, inaction or indifference, and like that would require a shareholder vote, which should remind us all, shareholders on example, that we would have to take their decision with the company through our transfer agent. With example, something is legal to do and our share price. It also does depend on what your time frame is, of course, because while the share price is lower than it was in, let's say, June of 2021, so why is management silent on this subject? Should be what we're doing to bring back the health of the business over the short term. So what's in the best interest of the business? What's the future of the business? What are the risks inherent in the business? And that's what drives our public commentary.
Thanks, Adam. And there's a follow-up here, which is asking, can we reverse split the APE shares?
It's something that's legal to do. But interestingly, an action like that would require a shareholder vote, which should remind us all, since there are many shareholders on this call, this is your company. Day to day, we run it. We do our best on your behalf, but on major topics of governance, shareholder vote is required. And that would be one, for example, that we would have to take out to the shareholders for their opinion and their consideration, and ultimately their decision.
Great. And then a question on disclosure here. Someone is asking, will you provide information on the number of shareholders and the number of shares that have been directly registered with the transfer agent, Computershare?
So for those of you who don't know what direct registration of shares is, our transfer agent is Computershare, and most of you hold stock through brokerages. Some of you own stock that's directly registered with the company through our transfer agent. The company, shareholders on this call, shareholders, their decision.
Great. And then a question on disclosure here. Someone is asking, will you provide information on the number of shareholders and the number of shares that have been directly registered with the transfer agent, Computershare?
So for those of you who don't know what direct registration of shares is, our transfer agent is Computershare, and most of you hold stock through brokerages. Some of you own stock that's directly registered with the company through our transfer agent. A primary benefit, I suppose, for you when you register your shares directly with the transfer agent is that transfer agents do not allow for shorting of shares, whereas most brokerage firms do.
Oh my God.
And so what we've heard from some of you is that to make sure that your shares cannot be shorted, you want to register them directly with the company and a transfer agent, which is your right as a owner of a public security. We haven't given any guidance to any of you to do that or not do that. It's entirely your call. I should point out, it's a small number of people who have done it. As best I can tell, it's around 15,000 or so of our millions of shareholders who decided to direct. I should point out, it's a small number of people who have done it.
I heard something about APE, and the reason they didn't do direct register on APE. So I don't know where it got lost in this, but I'll have to listen back.
I didn't hear anything about that. All I heard from him during that call, and I listened to the whole thing, was the fact that Adam Aron just said that is huge. That's pretty wild. He just admitted that if you direct register your shares, they cannot be shorted. There should be no other conversation going on in the ape community other than DRSing your fucking shares right now. After all the bullshit that I've taken and Tara took and Froggy took and Flip and Swing and PJ took on DRS, to hear Adam Aron say if you direct register your shares, they can't be shorted, every single shareholder should be logging the float tomorrow.
Spence, who were against this DRS are the same people for last 5 months, the same people, the Ape Radio people, the same people. They were the people, those who were always against DRS. And they will not admit today that Adam
They
came
weren't
out.
against DRS. They were against anything that I said or brought up in this space because they wanted to grift off of it and get people to go to theirs. So they were against anything that was potentially productive and saying, no, come over here, listen to us. They're shills, they're bad, because they actually talk about, potentially helping the stock.
They bash you guys.
That is just complete confirmation, Spence, of everything you, Swing, and others have been preaching. And also the GameStop crowd, if you notice, GameStop hasn't been nearly as pummeled as AMC and Ape, and they were effectively able to direct register a ton of their, shares. So I think it is an important push at this point. If you don't want your shares being used against you and shorted, then yeah, direct register them. I mean, it's not like some weird nefarious third-party thing. It's literally computer shares listed right on AMC's website as their direct, transfer agent.
And then the question, hold on one second, Spence, because then the question I have to ask is, why didn't he put Ape on some sort of safe or safer exchange?
He did. This is what happened. We got our dividend and the price was crushed because a market maker came out and sold 43 million synthetic Ape to their own trading desk, which they naked shorted down to nothing and then covered FTDs at $1.50. I've made multiple tweets and videos on this. The reason Adam Aron put
Ape. Wait. Ape was not direct on computer share, was it?
Ape is controlled by computer share. You cannot buy any new shares of Ape unless Adam Aron approves it through Citi Global, and then they have to release them from computer share. You can DRS your Ape on computer share, but you can't buy it on computer share. The reason you can't buy it from computer share is because they wanted to prevent any Ape being sold at the market without their approval. I've covered this for months now, and I made the one video I made got like 20K views, and it was all about why they didn't allow computer share to sell Ape directly to the market, because Adam Aron wants to control every single share of Ape sold through Citi Global with his approval.
Wait a minute. So why can we not direct register our shares of Ape? That's my question. How?
You call your broker and you tell them to DRS your Ape shares. You can't buy Ape new from computer share.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. But you can buy AMC from computer share?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, I see so many hands are up. And Spence, I don't know why there's backfeed coming from you, but I don't know who had their hand up first. I wasn't paying attention. So if you guys want to just take turns and start one at a time, that would be great.
Hey, just really quick, I don't want to harp on those guys over at Ape Radio, but I never talk on their radio, and they banned me today and said they'll only let me back in Ape Radio if I block Tara and Spence. Literally, that's what the one guy texted me.
Hey, you might be in a cult if the cult leaders tell you that you aren't allowed to listen to outside opinions or anything. Not to mention, I'm not an outside opinion. I was here way before those dudes were. I remember when they came along, and so many other people have come along and tried to, take me down or take me out. I mean, Spence,
I know. I've been here.
I don't know whose mic that is, if it's Spence or someone else, but
I mean,
okay, sorry, Spence. I just keep seeing yours light up. My bad. But yeah, if you guys mute in between, that'd be great. But I mean, I've dealt with it. Constant, attacks and constant people saying, Tara's a shill, Tara's this, Tara's that. Dude, all I did was buy AMC stock on January 24th, I think, was actually my very first purchase late at night. And then I went all in on AMC by, I believe, the 26th. I was 100% of my portfolio. And then it ran to around $25. I thought I was going to be like this big, rich millionaire by now. And unfortunately, I woke up the next day, January 28th, and half my portfolio was gone. And that's why I'm here. So no other reason. You can go to Weeble comment section and see my comments from all the way back then. But I was here way before those dudes. And honestly, that just is so sickening. Like, for anyone to tell you the only way you're allowed in our little club is if you block other people. I will never, ever, ever tell you or anybody, to do that. I just, that's so bizarre. Anyway, sorry about that.
It just shows the unsophistication of that group and how they're just ruining the play and the way we look as shareholders. And it's really sad.
They're frauds. Bottom line, they're hedge fund frauds. They have been the proprietors of massive direct registration FUD from day Won. Day one.
Well, so it's interesting because the other parties who attacked me relentlessly, very, in some very derogatory ways last year, I started really looking into, what was happening during that time. And there was this huge push for voting. And I remember it was like, vote, vote, vote. And then Adam ended up tabling the whole dilution thing. So the vote became sort of less important, if you will. And then there was still this massive push to vote. And if I do recall, it was to vote Adam in as chairman. So he was already CEO at the time. And the push to vote was really a push to get him a double position and double the power, all the power, really. I mean, he holds, majority power in what it goes, I guess, or what, the outcome is of anything. So most companies don't do that. Most companies, try to avoid having one person in a CEO and chairman role for that reason. But I remember the person who, came to dethrone me first, that was their whole thing, was this push for voting in Adam as chairman, which I think is very interesting looking back. I just sort of wish I would have recognized these things a little bit sooner.
Here's what's funny. DRS, GME crowd's doing it. Ryan Cohen was a fan of it. Then after everybody gave me a bunch of shit from the Rocket Cat Striker crew, Dave Lauer, their god, came out and said DRS is the way. Adam Aron just came out and said you cannot have your shares shorted with DRS. I'm going to say this and stamp my name on it. If we DRS at least 3/4 of the float, this stock will squeeze. Bottom line, end of story. If we don't do that, then we failed ourselves.
AMC and APE, is that what you're referring to?
Either or.
Okay.
If you log the float on AMC, it'll squeeze. If you log the float on APE, we will get price discovery. I don't think the short interest on APE is high enough for a big squeeze.
Yeah, it's not.
But AMC it is.
AMC most definitely.
So
Hey,
top,
Ben,
thing to do is do that. But yeah, okay, go ahead. Hold the line. You're up. Go for it.
Thank you, guys. Hey, thanks for everything that you guys do. I've been here since January, before all this stuff started. Before even Trey was in, I was in AMC. But I've been, holding just because of the community. So now that we know DRS is 100% solid, can one of you guys please put out a dumbed down version of how to register or shares with DRS? That would be great. I own boatload of AMC, and now because of Adam, I own boatload of APE as well, but none of them are DRS, and I want to know how to
I can tell you in less than 30 seconds. One, if you own shares in other brokerages, call your broker. Tell them you want them direct registered with ComputerShare. Some brokers might charge you for it. Fidelity, it's free. Two, you can go to computershare.com and you can click on the front page, make a stock purchase. Any new AMC you can buy directly through ComputerShare, which automatically direct registers it. I'm going to post 2 videos that I've made over the past year. I've made nonstop DRS videos. I'm going to post 2 of them that shows you how to do all this. And 3, let me tell you right now, the FUD about selling shares and you're not going to be able to get the share price you want during the squeeze is FUD. I sold $3,000 worth of AMC from ComputerShare a couple weeks ago. I got the market price that I sold the shares at that day. The next day, my cash was back in my bank account and it was done.
So when you sell on how do you sell on DRS?
Just like you would with a broker.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep. You're going to get an account when your account starts. When you transfer, it'll take 7 days. Or if you buy your shares first with ComputerShare, it'll take 5 days. But when you sell, you log into your account, you click on your AMC lots. There's a drop-down arrow and it says sell. And you can make a market or a limit order to sell. If you want to buy, you just click purchase more stock. It's that simple. I highly encourage everyone to go to ComputerShare today. Go to computershare.com. On the front page, click Make a Stock Purchase. Make your first stock purchase, and while you're doing that, you're going to set up your account. Within 5 days, you'll get an email, and it'll say, your account is now ready to be verified. We've got your stock purchase made, blah, blah, blah. Then you can log in. Now you can go back to your brokerage and say, hey, transfer all my AMC shares to this ComputerShare account.
Beautiful. Thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, sorry I'm yelling. I'm really heated about this right now. Like, I've been talking about.
You have every right to be, Spence. I mean, you have been completely dragged through the mud. Like, you started out on Reddit, and then, you know, anytime anyone comes through me, there's a strong group of people that try to just, you know, tear them down. And, you know, I don't know. It's just unfortunate. I've seen so many people come and go because they just don't want to deal with it. And really, who would? If I wasn't still holding the damn stock, I would have, you know, not talked about it a long time ago, because it's just so infuriate. Oh my God, I can't even talk. It makes me angry. It makes my blood boil. And I'm sorry, Spence, that you know, have had to deal with your share of it simply because you were my friend. You know, I guess I didn't realize we were like back in grade school on Twitter, and had to treat each other that way. But honestly, you know, best of luck to those guys. I hope whatever it is they're trying to do, they accomplish their goals, and I'll just leave it at that. But you didn't deserve any of the bullshit that you've gotten, Spence. And if anything, you should feel really elated to know that Adam just essentially validated everything you've been saying.
Thank you. And I'll tell you what, Tara, it is because we're friends, and it's because we're always on message and always on point with what we need to do. The bad actors in the community are the one getting super chats, making money off of YouTube, doing GoFundMes to sell plane banners, and talking shit in the background on Ape Radio, while we could have DRS'd the float 2 freaking times in the last year already with a simple push from everybody in the community right here in this call. You just heard Adam Aron say something I never thought he would say, is that if you DRS your shares, they can't be shorted. He probably thinks we are idiots for not DRSing the float already. And that's why he's doing what he's doing. We can do it now. Everybody go out, hashtag DRS your AMC shares.
Yeah, I'm going to go buy like $10,000 worth of AMC on ComputerShare. Yeah, maybe we can shorten it. How about just DRS AMC? Like hashtag DRS AMC.
I'm too mad to create a short, good hashtag. So you guys
Marketing
come up
manager
with it.
is not your title, Spence.
Nope, it is not, brother.
Hashtag DRS your damn shares.
DRS your shares, fucker.
Oh my gosh. Okay, other hands. T-Dog, I just want to say I love you, man. Like, thank you for coming up and speaking in here. I know you kind of got cut.
No problem. You know, I've been around for a while. Just kind of listen to the back room. I think it's just funny.
Watch college football
and
all
getting
season long.
Direct messages
Live
with interesting
and
things
cable
like
free.
that. So
YouTube TV.
They're probably
Try it
listening
free.
to my Bammy soon. But I'm DMing the one. I asked if he was still against DRS. He just said he never was against it.
There you go. And that's what happened.
Say that now.
So now they're all for it. So maybe we should be against it. I'm just kidding. Don't get mad.
They're going to believe that they came up with the idea.
Let them do it. I don't care. I don't want credit. I just want everybody to DRS their shares so we squeeze and I'm a fucking millionaire.
There you go. It doesn't matter who gets credit. And at the end of the day, that's all I've been preaching here. Like, I don't get any benefit out of getting credit for anything other than I hope to God this thing just goes to the moon and I can just get out of it. But at the end of the day, they won't be lying when they say we've been talking about DRS. We've been talking about DRS. Yes, they've been talking about it, just not in a good way. Anyway, that's hilarious. Who was up next? I really am not paying attention to the hands you guys.
It was me, if I can go, please.
Sugar, Froggy, Pierre, and Diva. Oh, sorry. Pierre, Thyra, and then Diva.
Let's just try to keep it to a couple minute minimum just so we can get through the hands and then just stay up and we can
everybody,
chat
what's going
longer.
on? Welcome to Froggy Stonks. Nothing I say is financial advice, entertainment purposes only. I'm not a financial advisor. I wanted to make a video specifically organized around the process of going and buying shares on computer share for the direct registration effort. This is how you do it. It's going to be very calm, controlled video. What you want to do is go to the computer share website.
It's the same
also find it
people. They were
on the
always
AMC Investor Relations website at the bottom of the page, the phone number and the link.
Like put all
right
the differences behind when they were
Transfer agent, computer share, 1-800-962-4284, www.computershare.com.
They spend 30 minutes.
Once you're there,
just to bash
your first button click is going to be log in to Investor Center.
Man. If we would have started GameStop,
now we're here. Your first instinct is you're going to put register
DRS.
now,
if we would
right?
Have started
you don't have to do that yet.
Still not late.
Computer Share is going to register your account for you when you make your first stock purchase, which is down here in this corner, right here. Make a stock purchase. Click on it. It looks just like an image, but it's actually a button.
Spence is wrong. Tara is wrong. Take all the clout you want. Take all the credit they want. But at least don't hurt the people. Don't brainwash people telling DRS is this, DRS is wrong. You can't sell. You can't do that. Like, I have never seen so many grown-ass 60-year-old men like trying to brainwash people just because all they care about is they want to get their money, man. People are not here for your clout and your mentality or your t-shirts. People are not here. People care about their money and their families and their livelihoods. Look where the stock is. And these people are still sending people DMs like, you don't come in Ape Radio. Who the fuck is Ape Radio? I mean, what's wrong with these people? They only care about them. It's nothing about other people.
Really, Sugar, if you think about it, if you're here holding a bag, you care about a squeeze. If you're here pretending to be invested, you care about having people come to your space trying to, compete with whoever has the bigger space or whatever. So you care about, having people come to your YouTube channel and give you super chats. So those people aren't angry about, Adam Aron's silence, because if anything, it drives more traffic to them of people who are looking for answers. Like what are that's why, honestly, I've just been quiet. I've been not doing spaces because at the end of the day, the ball is in Adam's court. Like, he has the power, he has the control. He knows what we've all been saying. All I can do is randomly, when he puts out a tweet, respond and say, how about a share recall? How about this? How about that? Like, that's all I'm gonna do at this point is just, try to be a source of information. I'm so glad that this happened today and that Adam just, put the nail in the DRS coffin, because really so many people have just fought against it and done exactly what you said, Sugar. And it's so detrimental. It's not, and it just leads me to believe that they're not necessarily even invested. They may just be here just for fun, just for, followers. I don't know, but I don't really care either. I can only control me. I only have power over what I do. And I can only control my portfolio. So at the end of the day, I don't really care. Like, if more people go to their space and want to hear what they have to say, cool. Like, I honestly hope you do, because I think that everyone should get as much information as they possibly can, and then go from there and take from it what you will. Take most of what you hear here with a grain of salt, because most information is pretty inaccurate unless you're hearing it right from the source. And I think that's ultimately all we can say is that's what just happened. Is we heard Adam say directly that direct registering your shares eliminates, their ability to short them. So, I mean, if that's the goal and you actually have shares, then you would not be against doing that in order to ensure that you're not actively helping short you. I mean, so at the end of the day, I think, hopefully anyone who actually is in the play will follow through and do what's right and talk about DRS and what Adam just said. And anyone who doesn't, I'm honestly at the point where I believe that they're probably not even holding any shares.
Here's the funny thing about this. If you have shares in TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, Robinhood, Webull, moo, whatever. If you directly register your share, you are taking that share away from the street. It's taking it out of street name and away from the DTCC. It's being direct registered with AMC through computer share. Your name will end up on the AMC shareholder book every earnings call. But by doing it, you're not only taking one share away from the market that can't be shorted, you are potentially closing out a naked short in the process, because the shares they're selling you, the shares the market makers are selling you in Robinhood are probably phantom shares. So when they sell a phantom share to Robinhood and give it to you and say you're a shareholder, you're holding a synthetic. Then they rehypothecate and loan your share out, making someone a naked short. You're potentially taking 2 shares off the market that has diluted our stock price by DRSing 1.
Did Spence stop talking?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thyra, let's go to you.
Hey, what's up? So the first time I heard about DRS, hence from Spence, about a year ago. I don't know. You've probably been talking about this shit for a long time. I've been literally tweeting about DRS for like, if you look at 90% of my tweets, they're on DRS. And our beloved stock has been shorted to the fucking dirt. Honestly, people, to the dirt. And your CEO, for the second time, has told you how to fucking stop that. It's so fucking obvious that DRS is literally the only fucking way we will squeeze. Our biggest problem is these massive institutions are shorting the shit out of our stock, and we keep fucking buying shares, phantom shares. It doesn't help. So this whole buy and hold mentality doesn't fucking work. The only way we're going to make this shit squeeze is if every single share is accounted for. Just like Spence said, it's so fucking laughable. It's so easy. And I just don't understand why people don't fucking get it. Like, this is the only way. So I'll tell you my history. I've DRS'd 100% of my shares. It took me about a month to do that, because at first I was a little skeptical. I was like, DRS, you know what? I didn't really understand it. But the more you start thinking about it, the easier and more understandable it is. So I encourage everyone that's listening, honestly, if you guys just push this message, just keep pushing it, and people will start waking up to it. Like, this is the second time our CEO talked about DRSing. The first, how to win, basically. He talked about Doctor Strange. And now he fucking said it in the last part of the call. He pretty much said, this is how we fucking win. This is how we win. If you want to stop the shorting, this is how you fucking do it. And this is what we've been fighting for this whole goddamn time, is no more shorting of this shit. Wake the fuck up, people. Start DRSing your shares. Anyways, that's all I got to say.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so fired up.
No, it's okay. I fully understand. You know, if I was not hosting, maybe I would be more, on your level, but I'm trying to keep my composure as a space host. Some people have told me I have to be professional, even though I'm far from it. But I appreciate your passion, honestly, because I don't think you're alone in feeling the way you are. And I think I think back to when we were sitting around 40 and had people actually listened and tried some of the ideas that were coming from these spaces, where we would be now versus where we are. And I know I can't live in the past, but it is extremely frustrating. So I feel you. I do. Yair, what's going on?
Okay, I guess we've talked enough about DRS, but just in general, we know we need a longer float. But the other thing is that he did point out some interesting numbers. He did say that there's 15,000, roughly 15,000 investors that have DRS, and about 10 million shares were DRS. So out of all of the float, that's 2%. And if you do the average, you get around 666 shares that have, like, per investor. That is the average. So interesting numbers. Like I said, just 2% of the float has been DRS, but we have 3 months to basically DRS more, and we'll see how much more we can get.
I saw someone bring up that the last earnings, really quick, PJ, he was saying, St. Max says, last time earnings, AA said, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange. And so many people said DRS, DRS, DRS. And I know Spence was one of them. Anyway, go ahead, PJ.
Sorry to interrupt, but it is our duty at this point to, one, DRS our shares and to squash any effort at misinformation. We have 350 people on this call. If everybody tweeted out every day, DRS your AMC, DRS your shares, we can get somewhere. And more importantly, we could just keep the misinformation at bay.
I'm super excited to hear what Froggy's going to say, because me and him have been working on this so long, and they tried to cancel Froggy on this entire issue. And he didn't say yes or no. He questioned me, and then he went and did the DD, and then we started deep diving it together. And this is what we've come up with. And now Adam Aron himself has said, direct registration of your shares will prevent them from being shorted. End of story. There's no other catalyst. Everyone, if you want it to squeeze, you direct register your shares on an individual basis. I've pinned 2 videos I've made to the top from the past. I'm going to make a video for tomorrow. I'm going to set myself up and make one of the best, most consolidated point-to-point DRS videos that exist online tomorrow, and I will be posting it in the afternoon. But I really want to hear what Froggy has to say here.
Pardon me, guys. Before Froggy goes up, I just want to come real quick to you, Spence. Buddy, you're being revindicated today, okay? Just wanted to come up and say that, because I've been in the background. I jump from space to space. I mean, I don't have any issues with anybody. I go here and go there, and I maintain myself that way, because I hear few how do you call it, suggestions over here and there, and I just pick up from everybody. But I also see your tweets. I've been all this time see you just pushing the DRS, and people just didn't want to listen, but it came out from the horse's mouth himself. So what is it that you got to do now? Now they cannot come and talk shit. Most of those people who've been digging down on you and, putting you under the bus and all that, and calling you names and this and that, they must feel really stupid right now. So you did it, bro. So, kudos to you, my man.
Well, and that's the thing. I hope that more people go out and say it like it is. Like, honestly, don't be silent. If you see people, trying just to tear Spence down, tear other people down who are like really dedicating hours upon hours to doing research, to trying to help everyone here, just ask yourself why. Like, what is the benefit of doing that? I'm not here to tell you not to go to any other space or to go out and seek other information. I think everybody here should do that. I really, truly, honestly do. I hope, what's being said is not derogatory and horrible, but if you choose to be there and listen to it, that's your choice. You're a grown adult. I'm a grown adult. We all can make our own decisions. But at the end of the day, tearing people apart because they simply come with information and ideas and ways to help this thing, succeed is just stupid. It doesn't even make sense unless you have some ulterior motive or you don't have skin in the game. And I stand by that. And I would love to debate these people. I would love to have an adult conversation right here on a platform like this to be able to discuss why I feel that way if they would like to, come and say, hey, no, I do hold shares. I just want super chats to pay my bills, or I do hold shares. I just, want to do the X, Y, and Z to make some extra money to put in my pocket. In my opinion, I can't give you financial advice, but I think back to the millions of dollars that were paid in super chats, and had they just been held in shares, where we would be right now. And it honestly makes me a little bit nauseated. Anyway, Froggy, you are up.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That was definitely a sigh of relief to hear that from Adam Aron, because sometimes it feels like he's not paying attention to us, and this is kind of a sign that he really is. And yeah, from the very beginning, I was skeptical on DRS too, and because of the way the system is set up. But when it's just kind of like the police, you really don't want to call them for anything because you don't want to deal with it. But sometimes you just have to. And this is one of them cases where you really don't want to use it. But this is one of them cases where we just have to. And Adam proved it right there by saying, basically, if you don't want your stock shorted anymore with your shares, you have to DRS them. And it's just that simple. He didn't say because of this, because of that. It was just straight, cut, dry fact. And that was it. And that was perfect. Spence, can you do me a favor with that audio clip that you have, and clip that section where he says that, so we can just shove it all over Twitter so everybody could hear that 10-second soundbite?
I think I tried to clip it, but I don't know that it, for some reason, Spence said when he clicked on it, it just went to the whole space, but it might be easiest to clip it from Spence's YouTube channel too.
Yeah, I might do that.
Can't clip while I'm streaming, but if anybody wants to go to YouTube, go to the part in the call where we're playing that and clip it. When I get off, I'll clip it for sure. But now I got, Mark Cahodes is on here now saying, I've lost the bet officially, sold ape at 244. Adam Aron only sold 14 million ape. If you think that's a fucking dilution down to $1.50, you're senile.
Well, I wouldn't doubt it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. Anyway, so let's see. Were you done, or were you going to say something else?
Well, there's a lot more things we could talk about, but they're probably not as important. I mean, you got the popcorn industry, the things with ape. I mean, but the big thing was the DRS, and I think that's the most important thing. He even talked about the theatrical window, which I thought was important, but DRS still trumps all of it. So that's pretty much all I got to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, thank you for coming here. And thank you for all the work you've done. And I know you've gone through similar to what Spence has gone through. It's almost embarrassing to talk about, because I don't want this group of people to be represented in that way, as though, that's what we do to each other, because the majority of us don't do that. We don't engage in that behavior. It's just a few loudmouths who do, and it's unfortunate. But I'm glad that you didn't leave. I'm glad that you stuck around, Froggy, and that you're still here.
If we DRS our shares going into Q4, the shorts are going to get absolutely destroyed. If we can DRS up to 10 to 15% of the float before the end of Q4 with what they said is going to be cash flow positive revenue finally, the shorts are going to get annihilated. Bottom line. So again, everybody has to go out and tweet hashtag DRS AMC, share the DRS videos. This is it. If people don't do this, I'm leaving the play, because it's a waste of time. They'll naked short this company to death for the rest of eternity until we log the float. Bottom line.
And that was the goal prior to the pandemic. I know that Adam loves to blame, COVID for what happened with the stock, but it's simply not true. Since Adam was put on the board as the CEO a few years prior to COVID, the stock went from 25 to I think around $4. And then COVID, and it was under $2. So, I mean, we can't sit around and act like this hasn't going on. There's a video clip of Adam back in 2019 talking about, there's some funny activity happening with the shorting on the stock. So it's there. Like he says, he doesn't want to deal, he's at the tail end of his career. I don't blame him that he doesn't want to end up in some sort of legal battle. He brought up securities laws and why he just talks about the company and doesn't want to even talk about the stock. And I get it. But at the same time, I watch all of these other companies that are, and it's a little bit frustrating to see that they're willing to put their neck on the line and say, this naked shorting is happening, or there are plenty of examples out there. And to have a CEO in a position that he's in with the most talked about ticker, and like the 8th most searched thing on Google in all of last year, it's hard to have him sort of just sit back and say, well, I'm not going to really talk about the stock. And then also making comments like checkmate, today we pounce, and all of those things months ago. It's just, it's a fine line. Like, are you not talking about the stock? I don't know. So it's tough for me. And I really hope that eventually, if we can name someone to put on the board who we know would actually represent our voices and make sure that, things that we would like to see happen with the company that he claims we own, are put into place. So, okay, let's go to Alex 305 really quick. Or JD, was it you? Were you still talking, JD?
I haven't. If you can give me a couple minutes, I'd love to speak.
Yeah, my bad,
Yeah,
Alex.
of course.
I didn't realize. So
No,
I'm so sorry.
I'll keep my hand up then. Sorry about that, Alex. Tara and Spence, thanks so much for all that you do, and thanks for having me on the call. Tara, I exchanged a couple of messages with you yesterday, and what you just said is a great lead-in to what I'm going to suggest to this community. I'll give you 10 seconds of background on myself. I spent a 30-year career working for a Fortune 300 company, and I spent many of those years in the boardroom. So I can firsthand tell you what can be said, what can't be said, and I could suggest to you that there's a great deal of what Adam Aron is telling us. He's incorrect, or he's bending the truth to his, side or leniency. He could absolutely say some things that are alleged, that he's not incriminating anyone. He can do that. And by the way, I'm also going to suggest this to you. I firmly 100,000% believe that the regulatory bodies are controlling what he's saying. If this narrative on this stock is as strong as people think it has been for the last couple of years, it would bring down the market, literally bring it down. If we think that Adam Aron, who has earned his keep for decades, is going to eat where he quote unquote poops, it's not going to happen. He can't do it. He's not allowed to do it. Now, the biggest strength on this community is also our biggest weakness, and I'll explain that to you here in a second. I'm sure many of you have heard of Carl Icahn. Carl Icahn is one of the biggest activist investors out there. This community is the world's largest activist investor that has ever existed and likely will ever exist. What does that mean? That means that we are all missing the biggest opportunity, which is greater than the DRS opportunity, believe it or not, and that is for us to vote a member onto the board. And I'm going to suggest this to everyone. Every time there's a quarterly meeting and the Q4 meeting is coming up, everyone on this call, on every community, this is why I say it's our biggest weakness. If this whole group can get together for 5 seconds and just agree on a name, my name would be Spence. I would nominate Spence to be the one, but that's just me. If we could nominate one person, when the next quarterly meeting comes, you have to ask for your proxy vote. As a shareholder, by securities law, they have to send you a proxy vote. Every time there's a proxy vote, you read through it, there's always a little line at the bottom, and they always vote board members on, it's usually renewals, same names, etc. There's always a line at the bottom. if you'd like to write in another name as a vote for the board, who is that name? Well, guys, how do you think people are like Carl Icahn? When they're an activist investor, what do? They go out and they accumulate shares. Why do they accumulate shares? They accumulate shares so they can get someone on the board. And when they get someone on the board, that forces.
Uh-oh, JD, did we lose you?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Once this board understands that this active investor community is circling around this, I guarantee you they're going to poop in their pants. Every publicly traded company out there does not want an activist investor on the board. They don't, because it generally forces significant change. Now, in this case, if we all believe the narrative that there are 2 times, 3 times, 10 times the float out there, how many votes do we think it needs to vote on a member? Probably no more than a couple 100 million. And that's probably way too many. Meaning, if we all wrote Spence's name on that proxy and we took copies of it, like we logged it somehow, so we know how many votes there are, he'd get voted onto the board. He would. That's how it works. And once you have someone on the board, you can start to, turn or point the company in the direction that you want to go. When I say this is our biggest weakness, I can guarantee you that there are other longtime activist investors out there looking at what this community can possibly do, and we haven't. We haven't because we fight each other. There are different groups. People are not on the same page. Some agree with DRS, some don't. It's just that, one story after another. If we could get our act in gear and just point in the same direction for 5 minutes, agree on a name, everyone gets their proxy vote for the Q4 meeting, writes that name on the proxy vote, boom, we have a board member. That's how it works.
You know how you're guaranteed a proxy vote? By direct registering your shares.
DRS. I totally agree. You're absolutely right, Spence, but I'll also say this. Even if you don't, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying not to, but if you don't DRS, if you are a shareholder, you just have to get a hold of the company. I think it's 8 weeks or something, 6 weeks prior to the next board meeting. You request your proxy vote. They have to send it to you through your broker or directly to you. And I'm going to bet that no more than 5 to 10% of this community has ever received or requested their proxy vote. And when they've gotten it, they probably haven't paid too much attention to the detail on it. But I'm letting you know, that is how you get a board member on. Write the name down. Everyone's going to write the same name. We keep copies of all the votes. And by the way, if you have 100 shares, you get 100 votes. If you have 10,000 shares, you get 10,000 votes. The number of votes that it takes on a 500 million share float to get a board member in is probably less than 200 million. That's going to be my guess, because if all the insiders put all their votes together, they're not going to be able to compete with that many votes. It would get a board member on. So look, this may sound far-fetched, but I'm letting you know that that's the way activist investors do it. Just go back and look at how Carl Icahn has done it with the companies he's been involved in. He gets a board seat. Getting a board seat.
Yeah, I'm going to just say really quick, JD, as much as I love Spence, because I do, I think Patrick Byrne, with his knowledge and history and background, I think would be the name that I personally would write in as Patrick Byrne.
I don't want to be on the board. I would slap a motherfucker.
Hey, listen, I honestly, I'm not here to tell you who I'm not here to tell you who the name is. I just wanted to let this community know that it's staring us in the face. We have way more than enough votes to get a board member seat done. I don't care who the name is. You guys figure out who the name is. Tara, I've been listening to your calls for almost 2 years now. They're fantastic. I'm going to continue to chime in. If you guys, want to further this conversation, I'd be happy to. But That is the answer that is staring this community in the face, is get someone on that board. And by the way, if there are regulatory bodies involved, getting a board member on there is going to help answer that question as well. You're going to be bound by securities laws once you're on the board, but there's certain things that you're going to be able to say without detail that still aren't going to get you in trouble. But that's staring us in the face. I just wanted to share that with this community. It's right there for us if we want to go get it.
I love it, JD. Thank you so much. And honestly, when it comes to that time where the proxy votes are out, I think we should run a space just like this and have a huge discussion just like this. And like you said, try to get on the same page. I'm wondering how we know at the end of the day, if we all do write in the same person and it all goes flawlessly, which it's not going to, but in a perfect world, let's say that happens. How do we know that they take the information and actually, are committed to it?
Good question. Yeah, typically with other, publicly traded stocks, it's normally not a big deal because this is a rare occasion. But usually, if that's going to happen, someone in this community or multiple people in this community have to kind of put their hand up to say, look, I will keep, records of everyone, everyone that kind of is going to put their votes into some kind of central depository. You got to keep record of it, right? We need to figure out a way of doing that. The good news is they just had a quarterly meeting, which means we've got a couple months to figure this out. But if we can figure out a way of finding out how we want to keep track of the votes, and then the proxy votes all get submitted, we have proof, and it probably should be with a third party, whether it's an accounting firm or a law firm or someone out there that would just say, yeah, we have all the copies of the proxy votes here. We know that, whosever name was put on it, we've got record of it. It's there. It's just got to be record with someone that the votes were submitted.
There you go. I love it. I think, honestly, this is why I love these spaces, and this is why I appreciate so many of you who have not listened to other people and, gone the route of just blocking people because other people tell you to. It's so imperative that we hear each other and that we can do what you're saying and be on the same page and actually, have some sort of impact.
Appreciate that. By the way, the only other thing I wanted to say, and I'll drop down, every single quarterly meeting that a publicly traded company has, they absolutely pay attention to stock price. The stock is the company's currency. If AMC wants to make an acquisition, well, if they're not going to use cash, they'll make the acquisition with stock. They'd rather make acquisitions with stock when it's $20 a share or $50 a share versus $6 a share. They have to care about stock price, which is why I'm suggesting, it is my opinion, these guys have not been living up to their fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders. And Adam Aron's point, we own the company. All of us on this call own that company. It is our right to vote a board member onto that staff.
We only own the company if you own legitimate shares. And the only way to know you own a legitimate share is DRS. So before anything else happens, people got to DRS their shares and the stock will squeeze. Guaranteed.
So I just got a response to my tweet about Adam Aron saying that when you direct register your shares, they cannot be shorted. And this freak you guys says, kind of suspect when known shills twist the one thing they can that Adam said to their favor. Sounds great in theory, but good luck selling without major delays. Hedge funds and banks bleeding out. The response from Ty Garner is so perfect. He says, if your shares aren't DRS'd in your name, then you don't own your shares. Let that sink in. And if you're with a brokerage, you better read all the fine print because during a squeeze, you may lose everything you put in.
They'll liquidate you. And it doesn't take 2 days to sell your shares. I've already proved that. I posted proof that I sold $2,900 worth of AMC and got the sale price at the market that I clicked on by the second. And my cash was back in my bank account a day later. It does not take 2 days to sell. It does not take 3 days to sell. It takes it was quicker than Fidelity. When you click sell your shares at the market, you get the price that you just sold your shares at and you get your money a day later. cash back in your bank account.
So I just want to say another thing, and I know, Mark obviously is a mixed bag. He's a mixed bag for me. He's caused me a ton of turmoil and headache here. But at the end of the day, a year ago, he sat in these spaces when the STO idea was being talked about. The stock was trading just over $40 with that idea, and he was recommending that we get someone on the board. That was, urgent, and that should have been done with Adam claiming that we own 90% of the float and all of that. He was confused and baffled why we didn't already have someone representing all of us shareholders on the board. So,
and to that point, Mark just blocked me again as I was conceding the bet that he was correct about the market destroying ape. He's such a sissy. He's such a pansy ass. I literally conceded and he blocked me as soon as I conceded.
Well, just buy him his dumb keg and call it a day. I'll pitch in on it if you want.
That's what I was trying to do, and he blocked me. So he said that AA was going to dilute us massively and it was going to destroy us. That didn't happen. He did dilute 13, 14 million shares, which didn't take us to $1.50. But Mark was 100% correct in saying that the market makers and the brokers and all these people are going to destroy ape just to crush us. He was 100% correct about that.
Exactly. So I don't know why he can't meet in the middle and he understands how all of this game is played, but his antics make it so hard to have even just a simple discussion because, he gets really it just gets really personal, and I wish it wouldn't, and we could just all be adults here. But Mark has his, quirks, I guess we could say, but I respect so much of his knowledge. And so that's one thing that, I appreciate that he brought to all of us. And as people called him a shit and said he was just saying stuff, he was right. I mean, he predicted exactly what would have happened. Now, so he wasn't 100% right about the dilution. He was right that they would use the same market mechanics against ape that they've effectively done to MC for years. He was 100% right. And whether you love him or you hate him,
for me to concede.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, there are people in this world that are very cool, but at the end of the day, if you kind of peel back the layers of the onion there and their rough kind of exterior, you find that actually bring a lot of value and a lot of core information that is really pertinent to what we are experiencing and what we are dealing with. I mean, I've only been investing a couple years and I've learned so much thanks to actually being open to listening to people like Mark, who have been in the markets for over 40 years and who have experienced all of this stuff firsthand. It has affected his life, to the point that he's an activist short who, short sells companies that are doing horrible things to people. So more power to him. I mean, there is a need for that as well. In my opinion, a lot of people hate me for saying it, but there are companies that, sell medical, treatments and machines that Mark put it. But at the end of the day, I just want to say, we can listen and we can communicate and we can have short sellers, longs, whatever thesis on these spaces, and be adult enough to have a conversation and then learn from our own mistakes, theirs as well. And I think that's a big part of growing up. So hopefully more people can do it, including Mark.
I still think he's a big pink baby for blocking me, though.
He'll unblock you. He's just being
I know he will.
salty. But I know at the end of the day, Mark has a lot of love and respect for you. He's just, so, I mean, the guy lost a ton of money on AMC because when Adam came out and shot down the STO very publicly and said it's likely illegal, the stock dropped from 42 all the way down to $9? Correct. I think Mark got out a little bit sooner than that when he saw the writing on the wall. But at the end of the day, he took a massive loss on this thing, and I don't think he'll ever come back around because of it. I don't know, unless someone else was maybe the CEO. I don't imagine that Mark will ever be okay when knowing that it wasn't illegal and being told that I don't know. It was just such it emboldened the shorts. That's all it really did. And it's been so detrimental ever since.
Not just that, but he's been calling out the FTX fraud going on for the past 4 months. And then you saw what happened with FTX and Binance today. FTX is a complete fraud. He did that too. And you can hate Mark all you want, but at $42, if Adam Aron would have accepted the STO, we would have squeezed. But now,
yeah, Mark believes we would have at least gone over triple digits, if not higher. So
absolutely, $150, no problem. We are here now, and our CEO, Lord and Savior, God Adam Aron, has just told everyone, every single investor in the world. I can't believe he actually said that, for one. I can't believe he said that. So I give him big credit. Just said if you DRS your shares, they cannot be short sold. But when you DRS your shares away from Robinhood, Webull, Moomoo, all these apps that all these YouTubers pushed on us, you're going to close out a synthetic share and a naked short at the same time. You're killing rehypothecation by DRSing your shares. So I hope for the next month that's all everybody is talking about is DRS. And if they're not, I'm gone. If we're not DRSing, I am gone, because they will naked short this stock down to nothing over time if we don't DRS.
Hey, Spence, question. I just deposited $102 to buy AMC shares. They're saying it's going to take 3 business days to process and 2 business days to settle.
That's your first purchase, right?
This is my first purchase. I want to make sure I get an account, something, so before I transfer my AMC shares and APE shares.
That is because they are setting up your new account.
Sure. And then they're saying it takes 7 to 10 business days to arrive, and then you can create an online account. Is that true? Is that how long it takes? It took yours?
Yes, that's your first time. They have to set up your account and get all your tax info in. When you make your first purchase, they will set your account up for you. It's going to take 7 days for everything to clear. You're going to get an email with a verification link, and then you'll be able to log in and buy more shares or sell shares as you wish.
Beautiful. 20,000 shares are going to be DRS.
This is the way.
In 2 weeks.
And you can do your account 2 ways. If you don't have an account, you can call your broker and ask them to DRS your shares, and they will start an account automatically for you. If you don't want to do that because Webull's going to charge you $75 or some bullshit, or they harass you like TD Ameritrade does, then you can just go to ComputerShare and start buying shares directly from ComputerShare, which they will set you up an account on your first purchase. Now keep your eye out for brown envelopes in the mail with AMC in the window. That's your official ComputerShare mailing letters and statements that you want to keep. And make sure when you start your account, you put your address exactly how it is on your postage. If you start an account with ComputerShare by buying shares first, make sure that your brokerage that you're going to transfer from has the address the exact same way that you gave it to ComputerShare. It's very important.
Good to know. Good to know. Thank you. And also they said it's going to take 2 days for the money to settle, and then they're going to buy whatever at the market price, and including fractional shares. How do you get rid of the fractional shares at a later point if you want to sell it?
So I've never gotten a fractional share from ComputerShare, but you would sell it just the same way that you just make a sale. You just click sell this share and make a sale. The reason it's going to take 2 days for your cash to settle is because ComputerShare is cash only. They're non-margin. All your shares are held in cash on hand in book. So your money's going to go to ComputerShare. It's going to take 2 days to settle. Then for your first purchase, they're going to make that purchase 2 days later. That's why it's probably better to transfer your shares if you can. But if you're unsure about ComputerShare, then just go buy 5 shares and familiarize yourself with the platform first, and then transfer your shares later when you're more comfortable.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'm looking forward for your new videos about DRS. And we're going to start pushing DRS everywhere.
So
I hope
look
it's
up
a
in the
video
top.
tonight. Spence, I hope one tonight. I know you're probably going to be exhausted, but I think like time is of the essence, honestly.
There's 2 videos I've already done posted up in the top. And I clipped the part that Adam Aron said about DRS is also up in the top. But I've already made these videos. Tomorrow, I'm going to make a full front to back, how to transfer, how to buy, how to sell, and then play Adam Aron clip in that and try to condense it into one message. But please share the other videos I've already posted. It's how to transfer share, how to transfer AMC to computer share, and how to buy AMC on computer share. And they're very good videos on it.
Will do. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's Alex, Mondo Mike, and I don't see any other hands. Oh, yeah?
Thank you, PJ.
You're welcome.
Tara, Spence, I'm just coming up here to say that I apologize. I'm one of those that was anti-DRS, and it's like, all of those things. And to hear that now straight out of AA's mouth, you guys are vindicated, and I'm happy for you because I know you guys were raked through the coals, for all of this.
Appreciate it, man.
Also Froggy, he's not, I know he's not a speaker right now. And I was one of those, not throwing you guys aside, just, I'll keep it where I am, where I have it, but to hear AA say this now, straight out of his mouth, really does vindicate you guys. And I'm so happy for you guys. And I just have to come up and be a man about it and say, I was wrong.
Dang.
I never criticized DRS. I just never did it. But
Alex, honestly, like, I just want to say that takes such a big backbone, like, to be able to come in here and do that. It's just really appreciated, honestly.
It's not a problem. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I mean, I was wrong. I was wrong in thinking, the way that I thought.
I'm going to unblock everyone tomorrow. I don't care about any personal vendettas, but anybody going forward after what Adam Aron just said is against DRS. They don't want the squeeze. And Speaker, what you just said, bro, I appreciate that more than anything I've heard in the past 12 months.
Not a problem, guys. And thank you. I just, again, running around with everything else in life, you hear so many different, sides to things that you just go with what you think or influence one way or another. And I know you've sat there from day one, Spence, and said DRS, and so many larger spaces are like DRS is, it's a lie, it's junk, it's this. And here you have, AA saying, hey, you don't want to get shorted? DRS. I mean, there's no cryptic, tweet coming out. There's nothing that anyone has to decipher. It came out of his freaking mouth, and I appreciate you guys for, at this point for holding strong, and I'll start DRSing, absolutely. My portion of my shares, definitely. So thank you guys for that and for not giving up.
Thank you, Alex. That was really cool of you.
All right, guys, I'll drop down. Thank you, guys.
Dude, what a badass. I'm just like trying to not be a girl about this, but Alex, dang, I just followed you back. I appreciate that so freaking much. Like, and I know Spence has to appreciate it too. And Froggy will definitely hear, if he's not in here, we'll definitely hear your message, and hopefully others as well. Because so this is what's really difficult about social media in general, is like a narrative can really get spun and then people just run with it without even fully knowing or understanding easily do the same. We're all human beings, you know, and we all have a tendency to panic at times, and, you know, let our emotions get publicly like Alex just did. But oh my gosh, like, you have all my respect for that, especially in a room with, you know, nearly 400 people in here, to be able to have the guts and courage to do that. And I'm glad that you feel comfortable here enough to not be ridiculed or booed out of here or treated poorly, you know, for coming back around and just saying, hey, I didn't know. And so many of us didn't know. I mean, how could we? But now that we do, you know, having that much dignity and respect and being able to do that is just so commendable. Dang. Crazy. Good stuff.
Hey guys,
I don't know. Oh, Mondo, what's up?
What's up? By the way, Spence, I just want to say that when that's to me the only
Yeah.
Couple things, Adam. But then when he brought up DRS, I think that changed the ball game for everything. And y'all may remember I said, look, maybe playing devil's advocate, maybe he just can't say anything. And he did say, you know, prudence is the best way to do this. But I think one of the biggest ways to get the word out on this, and I really hate to put this man on the spot, but one of the biggest mainstream media guys is Charles Payne. And if we were to private message him, you know,
I'll message him right now. I'll message him right now.
No, because Charles is on our side. It's obvious. But if we can somehow use some kind of phraseology to say that, hey, this could be a game changer for the ape community. Is there any way that, you know, I don't even know if there's a spokesperson for AMC now that Trey's hit the road, and who knows what Matt Kors is doing. But, you know, I don't even think we need that. I just think if Charles says, man, the CEO of AMC said DRS is the only way to go, that could bring a lot of heat, a lot of good heat our way. And it's mainstream media. You know, you can't beat that. And it's what we want to get the word out for. So I think if everyone, I think it would definitely get Charles' attention if all of a sudden he starts getting all these private messages saying, hey man, during this call, the earnings call, Adam said this, you know, do you have anything that you can say about it or something along those lines? I mean, I think that'll give us a lot of heat and a lot of people more digging into it. And Spence, not knowing how many people have jumped on the call since you mentioned it last, how do you direct register your shares with ComputerShare?
All you have to do is call your broker and tell them, I want to direct register my AMC shares with ComputerShare.
Is there a cost associated with that?
Fidelity is free. I've heard Webull will try to charge you $75. Other brokerages like E-Trade might have to make you file a piece of paper and submit back to them. So here's what I recommend to everybody. The easiest way to do this. If you're with a weird broker that's being funny, transfer to Fidelity first, let your shares clear and settle. Then tell Fidelity you want to DRS your shares directly to ComputerShare. They'll do it for free, and it takes up to 7 days for it to finish. If you don't want to say DRS your shares in a transfer, then you can go and buy shares going forward from today directly from ComputerShare by going to computershare.com, clicking on the front page, make a stock purchase, and your first stock purchase, you will set your account up, and that will take up to 5 days.
And then once all that's done, what do you think is a percentage of people who are DRSing their shares where we will start to see price movement? Because
10%.
Just 10% of the community of us owning the float, if 10% log their shares with ComputerShare, we'll start seeing price movement.
Look at back in May when me and Froggy Styles started pushing DRS. Back in May, it was like May 1st. When we started pushing DRS, we got a lot of good feedback and a lot of people telling us they DRS. From that time to, let me pull up my chart. AMC. Back in May. From that time through, I think, June, we saw a price increase from like $9.98 up to $15 or $17, maybe more, up to 31 actually. When we started pushing DRS, it was right before Gabe Plotkin and Melvin Capital got crushed, and we ran to 31. But we had steady price increase from $9 all the way up to 20, and then we spiked to 31 and then came back down as people started flooding DRS again.
Right. Okay. Well, lots of great information you guys are doing. And Tara, thank you for hosting this space call. It's good to see you back hosting. I know it's been a while, and whatever is happening, that thick skin of yours can handle much more than that. So thanks, guys. It's been a pleasure. I'll still listen.
Oh, thanks, Mondo. I just took your recommendation. I put out a tweet and a DM to CV Payne. He's usually pretty good about getting back to me. I don't know. It's kind of late there now, but I did put that out there. So if you guys want to retweet it or comment on it, tag Charles, get his attention. I mean, who knows? This could be, the kind of sort of, I guess, groundwork for other companies as well, for shareholders who are feeling that they're being, heavily affected by shorting or potentially naked shorting, which is illegal, by the way, even though they talk about it all the time. It's no big deal and just market mechanics. They might have an opportunity here to go that route as well. So who knows what this could, if Charles decides to do a segment or even just a mention on Fox Business on this, it could be more broad than even just AMC related. So we'll see, but I appreciate the recommendation. I think that was a great idea.
Hey, I have a question if it's all right. Thank y'all for what y'all do. But when you DRS, when you computer share and you transfer your shares, does your let's say the squeeze happens, does your long-term, like I've got over 1,500 shares and about 1,000 of them are well over a year old, well over. So will that date still be correct when you transfer them? Like your purchase date?
Yes.
For your capital gains taxes?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Unless you have a shady broker like Robinhood who will say, there's been cases where people have tried to DRS shares from Robinhood and Robinhood liquidated them. The reason they
fuck Robinhood when they took the buy button away. So man, I've been way gone from them.
The reason they do that is because they sold you an IOU and they don't have a share to transfer.
Yeah, I got you. Which we have a bunch of them that are probably synthetic. So I love your analysis that, it's gonna make them close out that synthetic share. So price action will go up.
Yes.
So man, I love that. So I appreciate it. I can't believe I haven't DRS my damn shares yet. So I'm about to do it tomorrow.
It's okay, and I'll tell you this, guys.
All of them. It was some, now it's all 100%. It's done.
I feel like a moron, but anyway.
And you can set with DRS and ComputerShare. There's no broker that lets you set a higher limit sell order than ComputerShare. You can set up to $3,500 limit order sale with ComputerShare. Other brokers, usually only let you do less than 50. But here's the thing. Here's the real deal, the truth. Market makers sell phantom shares to brokerages that they've created. Citadel created Robinhood. Citadel sells phantom shares of AMC to Robinhood to you. The money that you give Robinhood goes into Citadel's dark pool. Citadel gives Robinhood a phantom share, and you have now just diluted the stock price of AMC. Even worse.
I understand all that.
This is for the whole room. Even worse, when that IOU, that phantom share, goes to Robinhood and you're holding nothing, they rehypothecate that by loaning your phantom share out to a hedge fund to naked short. And that hedge fund doesn't even know they're naked short. So now you effectively, by buying a share on Robinhood, have just diluted one share of AMC twice. If you DRS it, it erases that, and our stock price will go parabolic.
Oh, hell yeah. I just can't believe I hadn't done it already. I mean, I appreciate you guys keep pushing it. I believe in it. What used to scare me is when the squeeze happens, how quick you could sell. That's what got me off of it. It's not that I was against it. It scared me that you wouldn't have control of selling fast. But hell, if it causes it, I don't care if it takes longer.
What do you think that other brokerages are going to do? Like, make it super simple? I mean, they can easily launch your shares or liquidate you, right? I mean, could be so many. I mean, we saw what happened January 28th with the buy button. I mean, why couldn't they do the opposite? I don't know. You just never know. And that scares me more, to be honest. These shady brokerage, whatever apps and companies, brokerages, than, being directly registered with AMC's transfer agent. I mean, that is it's on their website. Like I said, it's not some, third party thing, it is third party, but it's directly on AMC's website. It's listed there as their direct transfer agent. So, am I saying that?
They may not even pay us. The brokers may not even pay us. I know we'd have to sue them, but if you got $1 million in your account, hell, they don't have to, they can just go belly up and say the hell with it. So
that's what I'm saying. I mean, look what they did with the London Metals Exchange when they unwound a bunch of trades. They literally reversed trades. Like, they were like, oh, you just made hand over fist millions of dollars. Nah, we're just going to go back and rewind it. Never mind. You don't get your money.
I mean, if all of us on this call did the shit they do, we'd be under the jail. Let's do
yes.
Fucking idiots. No, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm a little cusser, so I apologize.
Today's been full of that passion. Okay,
thank y'all very much. I'll get off, and I appreciate all the help.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Let's just say that if the 6 top speakers up here all hold at least 3,000 shares, and we all DRS them, just think about that. Just with the 6 top people, Adam Aron just told us that less than 2% of the float, 2% of the float has been DRS by 13,000 people. I think Yair come out with the numbers earlier.
15, roughly 15, and right under 2%.
That's a 650 average share count, basically.
Yes, that is correct.
So that is exactly what we were getting in the polls that we put up on Twitter. Do you guys realize that User of Intellect, when they did the log the float thing, came up with 650 to 700 shares per shareholder? That means we don't need 4 million people to log the float. I venture to say less than 800 some thousand people can log the entire float of AMC, would cause the biggest short squeeze in history. And isn't it funny that that's the same number that we have on the AMC Investor Connect?
It would also mean there's 2.4 billion shares if I did the math right.
And that's what we came up with in our polls. We are right. There's billions of synthetics out there. We can expose them by DRSing our shares and getting a reconciled share count, and it's going to make everyone extremely rich. And all you have to do is do it on an individual level. The shorts will close their position just by hearing us talk about this. That's why I'm blown away that Adam Aron even said anything.
He did also say that they're going to be releasing a 10Q for this third quarter, and that's where they basically have all the data on how many investors are actually DRS and exactly how many shares have been DRS.
And I personally think it's more than what he said. I think it's a little bit more than what he said after we did our big DRS push. But all it takes is for everybody to go out. It's spreading around the internet right now. It's already going. Now, there's going to be a lot of Canadian apes, UK apes, and German apes asking, how do they DRS? I don't know if European apes can DRS, but I'm going to look into it. Canadian apes, I think, have a different type of platform. But if everybody in the US can DRS their shares, and any new shares you buy directly from ComputerShare, in the next 12 months, we can DRS the entire float. And this will blow up bigger than any play in history.
Which, I mean, it already has. So we already have that behind us. Like, this AMC has literally set the stage for everything. I mean, if this actually works out, this is going to be huge, like I said. And Adam being the CEO who came out and directly said, you know, using our transfer agent, using ComputerShare, you direct registering your shares eliminates the problem of shorting. I mean, it's huge.
So here's an account. This is funny. AMC to the moon, AMC Ape, who's the kid in the suit, I think blowing bubble gum all the time, who's got a pretty good account. He tweeted, did AA just tell us to DRS our shares? FUD Hunter POS at Unusual Ape tweeted, stop spreading FUD, bro. So now we know for sure FUD Hunter POS is a fraud, a complete fraud.
I don't even know who that is.
_ape.
I'll be honest. Like, they have these names. I'm like, who? Wait, who? What? Yeah, it doesn't. At the end of the day, people will see it for what it is. I mean, Adam said it directly. These are the same people who have said all along, don't question the CEO. Don't question Adam. Don't, do any to raise any red flags. Don't ever question our beloved CEO. And now, aren't they doing that by saying those things? Like, so is Adam spreading FUD by telling us that direct registering our shares makes it to where they cannot short the shares because they're held? They're literally held when you're buying shares on these shady brokerage apps. They're being loaned out. They're being, rehypothecated who knows how many times. I mean, come on, you guys. We know all of these things. And Adam just said it with his own mouth. And the same people have said, don't go against our CEO. How dare you? And now they're actually doing that. It's FUD. Very hypocritical. Okay, let's go. Is anybody up here? Since I can't even see you, this space is so broken.
Dude, they straight up cut us off when Adam Aron started talking about DRS. Like, every single noise distraction and short that they could do when Adam Aron said DRS, they did.
Yeah, there was like this
I'm right next to
music playing. What was that?
My music?
Was it your music? No, I don't know.
It was like Adam Aron's phone ringing or something.
Yeah, there was some weird music playing as he started speaking about DRS. But I see Cole throwing up their hand. Were you trying to speak?
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I got kicked off the call earlier. I just have a couple clarifying questions because I've called Fidelity about shares purchased under a cash account multiple times. I've got a very, very large AMC position, and I also hold GME, so I have a two-part question to this. But they claim to me, after speaking to 3 different representatives, obviously 3 different times, that holding cash account shares is the same as DRSing them to ComputerShare, and they seem like, I guess the tone that I get from them or the vibe is that they don't actually want to have any of us transferring our shares over to computer share. So my first question is if Spence or anybody else can speak to that regarding if cash account shares with Fidelity are the same as DRSing, because that's what they're basically telling me. And the second question would be, obviously GME, according to what I've been able to see, has logged quite a bit of their float. And they're not quite in the dirt as far as we are. So I'm just wondering if anybody can speak to those two things. Specifically, the more important one would be if cash account shares are the same, or if I should be transferring to computer share. I already have a computer share account as well, so I guess I'll listen.
Cash account shares are not the same, because whether they're in margin or cash, they're still in street name, meaning Fidelity holds shares that you bought under their account in the street name, meaning the DTCC still has control of them. When you direct register your shares, computer share pulls them out of the DTCC and puts them in book name. Fidelity has started harassing people about direct registration, because what's happening is you're taking business away from Fidelity.
That's what
the money they hold in your shares helps them maintain margin.
Okay, perfect. So basically the short answer is no matter what brokerage you're with, we should all be putting them into computer share.
Correct.
Okay, and then can you say anything regarding, obviously GME has logged quite a bit of that float. They're not in the dirt like we are right now. But again, I have a smaller position in GME versus a very large one in AMC. I'm just wondering if you have any analysis or anything to say regarding, I can't remember what the percentage is, but it's quite a bit now that they have logged. And yet they seem to be in more or less a stagnant position as well.
Yep. And that's because new investors come in every day and people are still buying shares out on the open market from shady brokerage apps, even with, say, 50% of the GME float logged. And keep in mind, they just did a split too. So there's a lot of people who aren't diehard GME people that might have went out and sold shares. But I will tell you right now that I believe GME will squeeze before AMC because of the way they've logged their float, or they are logging the float. But after today, I think you're going to see a massive amount of people go out and DRS their AMC shares. And what's going to happen is it's going to cause a massive liquidity crisis for brokers and market makers who sold phantom shares in the market. It's basically going to force them to cover those naked shorts.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Really quick, I don't mean to change the subject, but Spence, do you see someone named Edward requesting? I can't see any request.
Let me see.
Okay, thank you. I can't see him. So,
yeah,
Cole,
Edward,
were you still
X21?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just touch on one thing real quick? A guy had asked earlier about fractional shares. I just wanted to tell. Because there is no such thing. And I just also wanted to add that when we do squeeze, those fractional shares will disappear. So you either need to make them whole or sell them out and then DRS.
100%.
And that's all I wanted to add to that. Thank you, guys. And also, just one quick thing. I just want to say hi to all my fellow and female and fellow investors that are in this chat. I don't really call myself an ape because I'm here to make money. And I feel like they are taking credibility away from us by calling us apes and calling us investors in meme stocks. We are not that. We are full out investors here to make money. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Ty. I appreciate it. And I get where the whole idea comes from. And it's kind of funny, but at some point we do need to be taken seriously by, the SEC, the government, whoever it may be, our constituents. It's important that we do not dehumanize ourselves in that way. But Ty, I've been seeing you just going, up on Twitter with the facts, and I just appreciate it so much that you're putting in that much effort. It's just so obvious to me, there's this clear line in the sand of the people who actually have skin in the game and the people who really just don't care about any. It's just to me who's got what and why they're dedicated to and seeing this thing through. I mean, that's why I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving until there's change. I'm not leaving until something happens with AMC, whether I hold to nothing or I hold to $1 million. I don't care. I'm not leaving. People can come at us as much as they want. They can accuse us of this, that, and the other, being shills and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, we're all just humans and we're all just trying to make a buck. I mean, and quit letting the 1% hold their freaking foot on our heads.
100%. I'm here for the cause. I'm here for my fellow investors, the people that I've talked into coming into this play. They will do everything in their power to make you feel like you've lost. But if you've been here as long as I have, I've been investing in AMC for 3 years. I've been here a long fucking time. And I'm not going to lie. They shook me out of my large position back in the day. They shook me. They kept dropping the price, and I thought it was going to zero, and I sold everything. I was a triple X holder at that time. Since then, I've done 3 years worth of due diligence, and I understand their games. I understand what is going on. I understand what is at risk. And I'm here to put my money where my mouth is, and they will not force me out this time.
Hell yeah, Ty. I love that. I feel the same way. Don't give up your platform. Don't give up your voice. If anything, if you need to take breaks, give yourself breaks. I'm honestly preaching to myself right now because I've needed to do that for my own mental well-being. And we got to just stay strong. And I think this is honestly the whole purpose and the whole reason I ever started a space for AMC in the first place was really just a vent sesh. Like, how many people were so angry about what happened January 28th. And, if it was the last thing we did, we would ensure that it never happened again to anybody. So just continue the good fight, and people are going to tell us we're wrong. People are going to tell us this and that, and that's fine. And they're entitled to their opinions as well. But at the end of the day, it's our money and we'll do what we choose as adults. And yeah, honestly, I've never had people care so much of money until I invested in AMC stock. It's crazy. I think with that said, are there any other people up here Edward just got up here. So we'll get to him. And then I got to jump off of here pretty soon and get to another space. So go for it, Edward. Welcome.
Hey, guys. I'm going to pretty much say who I am. Right now, I pretty much have the biggest AMC group on Facebook. Prior to that, I was also the biggest one before it got shut down. We had like 50,000 members at the time. It got shut down because many people were using the word ape. And I tried telling everybody, hey, stop using ape, use a different word. Facebook doesn't like it. People kind of did that on purpose too, because they wanted to start their own group, their own narrative, their own no DRSing. What I was pushing back then was DRS because I was seeing what GME was doing at the time, which was the start of it. And I was like, you know what, if they're doing it, why can't we do it? Why can't we try what they're doing? But the group got shut down, had to restart another page, growing it back again. I'm at 10,000. I mean, I got like 5,000 to 6,000 members on the waiting list. I go through all these verifications of checking their profile, even checking their friends list to see if they're not, these bots that come in and say, hey, invest in crypto or whatever. So it takes kind of hard work to pretty much go through every single profile and verify it's a true ape out there, trying to join the group and not come in and spread FUD. But like I said, we're slowly growing back up again on Facebook. Used to be on Reddit. I was part of the mod group at the time for Wall Street Bets before that got sold off and I was removed. And now they have a whole different narrative on Reddit. But it all started back when I was a kid. I was working at Walmart. They offered this, hey, if you work with us, you can buy shares for Walmart. At the time, I was like, well, that's pretty cool. Nobody else can is what I used to think, but no, anybody could. But they used to offer that to you like such an incentive to work for Walmart to where I was like, you know what, I'll start investing in Walmart. I guess, I work for them. At that time, Walmart was priced at $30 per share. And I carried that all the way to 2018 or 19 when I finally sold, and Walmart was pushing 100, and I made a pretty good profit. I have been trading since 2010. I was in college, I studied business and criminal degree, and bought Tesla back when it was 100, when Elon Musk decided to go on Joe Rogan and drop the price down on me. And I thought I was done for it because I pretty much had put all my eggs in one basket. Because technically, when you see those kind of things happen in the market, you're supposed to pull out right away. What we're doing here is completely different. We have completely switched the button on this by holding. This hold thing is new. They're shocked. All the books they've written, holding has never been part of it, where we have a mass of us holding the entire float of a company, and they don't know how to get rid of us. Back when I was buying, Walmart, that was like 2008, 9, all these articles would always come out, like what you see now, Motley Fool, Seeking Alpha, bunch of articles would come out, say all these crazy things about a company, and you would see that stock react the way they wanted it. So I would always follow what they would say, because I was like, you know what? If they're discussing that, they know more than me. So I'm going to follow that. So they kind of had control of how to move the stock. What I see now, though, is that they do come out with these articles and they push and push and push, but yet they can't really control it when they send out those narratives of AMC going to a penny. You know where we went when that happened. So it's not working, really. But my biggest thing is DRSing is the way. I've been trying to push that back again. I don't know if you guys remember. What brought me into this play was GME. I saw what GME did. I bought GME when it was at 300, but I wasn't into the hold and buy and hold thing. I was into the make profit quick. So I was buying and selling, buying and selling. And then when I started learning about what holding meant, I started looking back and I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't become a bag holder if I would have just held, because we went back up the next day. That's when GME was at 350, 400, back down to 200, then back up to 350 the next day. So I started noticing this trend, and I started noticing AMC. And back then, Trade Trades was on, and I started watching him, started seeing what he was talking about. That's what led me to become an AMC holder. So I started buying AMC when it was at 5. I started buying heavy on 5, started buying heavy on 8, then 801, all that. Took it to 12, bought more on at 12, but my heaviest buy were at 40 and 50. That's where I hold most of my shares. I'm down about 250K overall on AMC. I'm not worried about it. I'm not scared. I'm definitely not leaving, definitely not selling. Just I'm going to hold this till this goes back up. And I'm not going to sell either when it goes back up and I'm even. I believe in this play. I really do. I do believe DRS is the way. And if you guys remember that video Trey made when Adam Aron came out and said that we owned, I think it was the first time he said we owned 90%, and Trey did the math, 4 million people, that estimate be 130 shares per AMC holder or investor. My thought is this: the whole DRS concept, everybody's scared that if you're going to go DRS, you're going to miss out on being able to sell because it's not quick. And my solution to that is,
it is quick.
Okay, and yes, it is quick, true. But the push that everybody has is that it's not quick. Everybody's saying no, but it is. But let's kill that by saying, okay, so what the hedge funds have done with APE, also, this is my other thing with APE. Adam Aron didn't dilute APE to 150. He only sold a bit, and it's at 150. What is that telling you? Short interest should be way higher than it is. They are hiding short interest right now. They're not telling you the true short interest of APE, because if that gets out, they're going to be like, holy fuck, we have shorted APE into hell and back. I believe APE might be more than AMC shorted.
I think it's over 100% personally.
Yes, for sure, because the level where it's at right now and the amount of selling Adam has done. So my thing is, either AMC runs and it's going to bring APE, or APE runs and it's going to bring AMC up. But my thing is this. Everybody's worried about DRSing. Okay, everybody, from everything I've gathered, like I said, I'm the admin of the Facebook group, so I see where everybody's at. Some people still to this day are on Robinhood. Some people are, most of the people are on Fidelity though. Most people I've told them, hey, turn on lending, turn it off, make sure you're not in a margin account. So my group is more basic on telling these people what to do with their account so they don't go, margin calls or anything like that. Try to help them out how to buy stock and go on. But my thing is this. In Fidelity, you can open up a second account. You can have the same account, but you have two individual accounts under the same account. Under that second account, you can literally buy APE, okay? You can buy 130 shares of APE tomorrow. Okay, what's that going to cost you? Like $200? Now you can take those 130 shares of APE or units and DRS them. You don't even have to mess with your other individual stocks that you hold, whatever amount that might be of APE or AMC. You don't have to deal with them, but we can technically lock APE up by just opening up another account with Fidelity under the same account, locking that with $200. All of us, all the 4 million people that have invested in this, and the average of 140, per person. And then that's all it takes. And now let's say we do have that problem of DRS. You can't sell because we're in a short squeeze and you can't sell your DRS. Well, guess what? You're not really worried about that because you only bought 130 shares. Your all amount has not even been DRS. Your entire portfolio is still on Fidelity. And now if it squeezes, now you can sell at whatever point you want.
And that's assuming that brokerages aren't going to pull something, I don't know. I feel like they're prepared for anything at this point.
Correct. But my point on killing that thesis of, oh, you're going to DRS and you're going to lose out on the squeeze. Okay. You're telling me you don't have $100 to go buy 100 shares of APE and lock them? You've spent all these people that cry about, oh, I spent $250K and I'm down right now. And you're going to tell me you don't have $100 to go put on APE and go lock the float of APE. You lock that float, what is that going to do to AMC? Something's going to happen.
If just every American investor, if just the American investors DRS 20% of their portfolio, every single American investor, it would probably log the float for AMC.
As I've been looking on GameStop, I was GME, they log the flow. They have the, what do you call that robot? They have, I don't know. I can't remember the robot they have. They call it that they're feeding with DRS. They have, last time I checked was close to, was it 40 or, it was close to 40, I think, % of DRS, the entire, and they're getting pretty close to completely lock it, and yeah, I can see what people mean by, yeah, they're not been beat so bad, but if you think about it, 19 is the original 88 where they last went, GME, before that was their resistance level. They're not able to knock it down to 19, but they're pretty close to it. They're getting closer, but it seems to bounce from 24 up to 26 and then back down to 24, then back up to 26. So they keep that range bouncing back and forth. But like I said, yeah, they're not able to knock it down to the 19 level of the original 88. So I think in order to really have an impact, I would feel like it would almost be at that 50% or higher of the float in order to see a big impact. Because you also got to think about big holders that have done anything they can to, stop their big amounts of shares from being, loaned out or, to hurt themselves with it. So I think with 50%, we would be looking pretty good.
We would have a much different effect on AMC with 50%. 50% of GME still being able to be high frequency traded is a big deal.
Correct. And that's what we're seeing too. If you look at the volumes on both of them, you're going to see that.
I believe the end of the month, maybe the first week of December, there's supposed to be some news about the T minus 90, T plus 90 from the splividend date that they did. And I'm not going to go 10-full hat on it, but I think if GameStop has its run, or when it has its run, it will be towards the end of this month, first week of December.
Mm-hmm. And this is my message. This is the last thing I want to say to everybody about DRS and what Adam Aron said. Don't overcomplicate this for clout, for whatever. If you're fighting with somebody, let it go. Don't go out and say, Spence said this years ago and you're a clout. I don't care. Just get everybody on the same freaking message, on the same target. Direct registration of shares in AMC is the way. They cannot be shorted if you DRS them, and don't overcomplicate it, because we don't want to overwhelm the investors who have never dealt with computer share before. It's actually the simplest process that it's easier than setting up a brokerage account half the time. So I'm glad everybody's hearing this finally.
My problem with that, though, is you have big YouTubers. Some of them are part of the group on my Facebook, and I see their post. I see what they comment. I see the direction they're taking, and they're against DRS. Big YouTubers. What's that guy that makes music videos all the time?
It's time to call them out, man.
I'm going to just say, let's give them a chance to come back and say, now that Adam has confirmed that this is what we need to do, then now they're willing to walk it back and actually make those statements. Because, we can go back and say, oh, we're against it. You were against it. But if they're going to be, I don't know, let's give them an opportunity to kind of take what Adam said today and hopefully, do the right thing before just trying to go. In my opinion, I'm not in the business of calling people out on what they said or did, may have been wrong on. I would rather give them an opportunity to come back and say, this is what needs to be done. Dave Lauer did. And here the same people that were hanging with him were very much against DRS. People are often against what they don't understand. They don't like what they don't understand. So usually it's just a matter of people understanding it. And I think with Adam's comment today, for everyone's ears to hear, more people will hopefully do the right thing, do their own research, listen to the statement he made, and then move forward with a different outlook. But let's give him that opportunity is all I'm saying.
Correct. And that was another thing that I've listened to every single earnings call since I've been invested in AMC for over the past 2 years right now. And I've listened to every single earnings call. And when he said Doctor Strange that many times, I was like, okay, 1 was enough, 2 was enough, 3 was... Okay, how many times you got to say? Now it feels like you're trying to tell me something here. So that's when I started thinking about it. I was like, is he really saying DRS? Does he really want people to start really thinking about it and, hey, let's DRS? I don't know. To me, it is. That's the solution. And to me, the easiest solution is if you are scared that you won't sell, because I feel like that's the main thing that everybody pushes. You won't be able to sell if it squeezes. You'll be locked in. It's going to take days to finally sell, or you'll end up selling at the bottom after the squeeze is done. That's why I say, okay, open up the second account under Fidelity, buy 100 shares of APE. If you have $100, $200, put it down, lock it, take it, DRS it. Now you don't have to worry about your other shares. But if you want to, you can even DRS even more, But the thing is, if we all do our part and lock in the 139, APE shares, that would take the entire complete float of APE.
And here's the thing. Tony Adams is asking this question. What shares get traded if they're all logged? No price improvement when there's no tradable shares. Last summer, we kept hearing how we should have allowed AA to dilute. This is completely wrong. We know there's synthetic shares out there. We know this. If we DRS the float and there's still shares trading on the open market that shouldn't be, Adam Aron has a legal right and authority to claim no faith in share management with the DTCC and recall all AMC shares.
Correct. And the second thing is that when he does a next earnings call, he'll be able to say, this is how many DRS shares we have. So he'll have an actual number to go off of and say, look, this is how many DRS shares we have in total. And if that's the entire flow and you're still seeing trading going on, what does that tell you?
I mean, he did say something about 1%, so it would be pretty cool if in the next earnings it was a lot, larger number than that. I think it would be, and on top of it, if we saw some sort of price action because of it, which I do think we will. Truthfully, hearing you can't short directly registered shares, you can't short. Does that tell you?
Correct.
It's crazy.
When the
how
when
is
the
this
float's logged. Sorry.
And also,
It's all
too, I
good.
just want to point out we can't short direct shares. And Adam Aron said that, and we're all talking about it now. The hedge funds are going to send in an army of anti-DRS.
Correct.
So keep your eye on the prize and dispel that misinformation they'll be spreading all over the place.
Here's the there. When the float is logged and we see that there's still shares being traded on the open market, and Adam Aron goes, well, how is that possible if they've logged the entire float, which we can do? He's going to go, no faith in share management from the DTCC, file for a share recall, reconciled share count. And guess what that's going to do? Force shorts to close their positions across the board. And you're going to see 130, 140% short interest make the stock fly past anything we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
This is old Reddit, DD.
Yep.
So I've already seen the GME narrative coming out, and no offense to GME, GameStop, love GameStop. They're like our big brother or whatever, but we try to, like you said, Edward, try to kind of mimic what they've done, and they've kind of done it before us. So we attempt to do what they've sort of laid the groundwork in doing. But I already saw a comment saying, this is Adam trying to lock you guys into a dying company. And it's like, you guys are the same people like who have admittedly, DRS 100% of your GME shares, but now you're saying this about Adam for AMC. It doesn't add up for me. So the more I see comments like that, the more I know that we're obviously onto the right thing here. And at the end of the day, if computer share can make it to where you can't sell, if there was a massive squeeze, imagine what Robinhood and Webull and Fidelity are all going to do. I mean, look at what they already did January 28th. That's all. I mean, just history can easily repeat itself.
To be honest, if you're not in GME and AMC, then are you really an ape is the way I look at it. I'm in both plays. Obviously, I have more AMC shares than I do of GME. I got about 8,000 AMC, and I think it's about 2,000 to 3,000 of GME. But if you're not in both plays, then you don't really believe in the MOS. You don't believe in GameStop MOS, and if you don't believe in that one, why are you believing in AMC MOS? Is the way I see it. So I'm in both plays. So if one squeezes, I take my money out, put it on the other one, and wait for that one to squeeze.
And you.
All of a sudden, it's going on Twitter, it's going on Reddit, it's going on Facebook, and if DRS is the one, then that's the one we need to, push.
I've got some numbers for you guys if you're interested. But first of all, just wanted to quickly say yes, definitely DRS AMC is the way. It will take some time, but better get started now than never. Get started now. Let's get the ball rolling in that space. But on the other side, we've still got GameStop. GameStop got 304 million outstanding shares. Half of it is locked because there's owned by institutions, mutual funds, ETFs, and insiders. And the other 50% is obviously the free float. So out of this 50% left, which is the free float, 50% of it has been DRS'd already. And that's 76 million shares. DRS'd with another 77 million left, which they are actively, DRSing at this stage. So it's very, very good numbers. One thing I would like to say in regards to AMC DRS, so definitely DRS your AMC, but yeah, it will take some time, but don't even worry about it because as you're aware, a lot of hedge funds have shorted both of them. And currently, when you look at the situation, just compare it as a boat. So let's say hedge funds, they are a boat. And pretty much there's two holes in there. So one of them is GameStop, the other one is AMC. So once GameStop get there with their DRS, that hole is going to get massive and the boat is going to sink. So once it starts sinking, they're not going to stick around to try and stop AMC from going up as well. So when one goes, the other one will go at the same time. And just one last thing I would like to add is there is a guide for GameStop. I don't know if someone can reach out to the person who created this one, but the website is called drsgme.org, and it has a guide for DRSing from every single broker, as in most of them, international, everyone in the US, so clear instructions, step like from the start till finish, what you need to do. So the website's name is drsgme.org, and it's got all the guides in there to help you get there. And that's it. All the best, everyone.
That DRS and GME is going to be the same way you DRS AMC. So I'm on the website. Yes. Thank you for sharing that. That's awesome.
No worries.
I'm going to go through it, and I will also be making another DRS video tomorrow. Thanks for the website, Blunt. That's awesome.
Okay. And one thing on that DRSing with GameStop, I hear this a lot too in the group when they say, you know, we don't got to worry about DRSing AMC because, like he just said, once GameStop goes, we'll go and follow. But I don't really believe that will happen because if they have shorted Ape this bad, 90% of Ape has been shorted technically. If they have shorted this, what makes you think they're not going to continue to short it when they're bleeding, when GME is skyrocketing, and we're just sitting back here watching GME blow up, and we're like, why isn't AMC or Ape running? Well, because they're not DRS. They're going to keep shorting it, and they're going to short it 1,000 times even harder so it stays down there so it doesn't run up with GME as well. So I don't think they will both run together.
All right, guys, I'm sorry to do this, but I got to log off. I got to get dinner. I'm exhausted. Please like, sub, share the videos, share the clip I put on Twitter. DRS is the way. We've been saying it on this channel for months and months and months. All the big YouTubers said they didn't want a DRS, blah, blah, blah. They've been telling us that so they can continue their grifts endlessly and make money off of the community. We know what has to be done now. Direct registration with computer share. Please go back and look through my videos. You'll find that I've made videos on how to DRS your shares and how to buy them directly from computer share. Thank you for coming. You guys have a great night. Froggy Stomach's out.